Welcome everybody to the 2024 edition of the Shannon's Adelaide Rally. We're already on stage number 4, Cherryville Plus, a iconic stage on the Shannon's Adelaide Rally. This is the first of 6 live streamed stages here in the hills of South Australia. I'm Dan McCarthy, and it's my great privilege to be joined once again this year by Nick Lenthal, former competitor in the rally. How are you, Nick?
Dan, I am well, thank you, and great to be aboard once again for the Adelaide Rally. I just wish I was in it. That's the only thing, that my only reservation about this is I know I'm going to enjoy the next 3 days sitting alongside you, but I do miss it. I must confess, we drove through the Cherryville stage this morning to get here, and I would have liked to have been zapping through there like these guys today. We're enjoying the beautiful Adelaide Hills spring weather. Well, almost. It's been drizzling here this morning, and the road is quite shiny, and really, when the road is shiny, that's about when it's at its most treacherous, Dan.
Yeah, the weather forecast did say it would have cleared by now, but at this point in time we just had a little sprinkling just as the live stream commenced, or about 5 minutes prior to. So I'm sure if the weather predictions are to go by, it should clear as the day progresses. We're showing not one but 2 stages from here today. So this is the first one, and then after this one finishes in a couple of hours, about a 45-minute break, and then we'll be back on again with the second running of this stage.
And our live stream team today is a small but dedicated bunch of people, very skilled guys with a number of cameras and a drone camera, and you can see just from the shots they're giving you now that's very, very steep here, and with that little bit of drizzle, with the roads just a little bit wet, you're going to have to be on your game here, because this road will bite you at any opportunity.
Alright, and we can see the drone shots of the stage, but what's the stage actually like?
The longest stage in the Shannon's Adelaide Rally. Cherryville has over 150 corners and is over 20 kilometres long. The winner of this stage usually ends up on the podium, as there is a lot of time to be gained on this stage. Run twice on the Friday of the rally, the Cherryville stage takes its name from a hidden valley in the east of the stage that is called Cherryville. It's populated by cherry orchards and primary industry. This stage also takes in part the iconic Gorge stage and passes by the Kangaroo Creek Reservoir. It's got a perfect blend of fast and flowing sections and technical elements like the corkscrew section.
Here are the shots. This is the section leading into that iconic corkscrew section. Nick, a really legendary bit of tarmac on the Adelaide Rally.
It's a great bit of tarmac. As they say, you're not going to make a whole lot of time there, but you sure can lose some. We're about a third of the way into the stage. You've taken off in Cherryville, as I said, surrounded by cherry trees, which they started growing there about 1890, so it's got a long history. Coming off Marble Hill Road, you turn right into the corkscrew and an immediate left, so it's almost like a chicane.
Absolutely. In fact, I think we've got a little bit of an onboard preview of exactly us running through the event around a week or so ago. I'm sure we will enjoy it, that's for sure. We should say, this, what we did there was the section in which we are live streaming, but this is the longest stage on the rally at around 20 kilometres in length.
Yeah, 21 Ks, Dan. And last year, Matt Selly, who unfortunately isn't competing this year, he is our Motorsport Australia safety officer for this year's event. But last year, Matthew Selly's time on this stage was a cracker. He was so much quicker than everybody else. And when we interviewed him later in the event, he said Cherryville was his favourite stage. He said they'd spent a lot of time on it, on getting their notes perfect, and it really shows. I know I babble on about how good your notes need to be, but it really is the key to putting in quick times on a rally stage. And I hope you can see from that little video that we did when Dan and I were out playing rally drivers in a Falcon Ute during the week, that just how steep it is. We're going from 400 metres above sea level down to about 140 in the space of a couple of kilometres down Corkscrew Road. Finishes off with 3 or 4 hairpins, and then it's still fairly tight. Turn onto Gorge Road, and you've got really fast flowing billiard table smooth tarmac all the way up to Prairie Road at Cuddly Creek. So your speeds in the 3 different sections of the stage are going to be very, very different. You can't be set up completely differently for each bit, but you can't set it up for 3 different things. It's got to be a compromise of all those things. And like I said, down Corkscrew, maximum average speeds of only 85, 87 kilometres an hour, and then up to 130k average speed on the gorge. So it really is a leveler stage. You know, little nimble cars will measure up to some of the bigger, more powerful cars on this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. A iconic stage, and been a staple of the Adelaide Rally for quite some time as the course vehicles are coming through, so we're not too far away from the commencement of this stage. As we say, it is stage number 4. We've already had 3 stages prior to this one. Beaumont, Eagle on the Hill and Notts Hill. So this is stage number 4. We can see some of the images coming in from the Streamcraft media team, who are once again covering the event. They have done every year since we first did it in 2021. I jumped on board with the Adelaide Rally in 2022, and you've been a very welcome addition, Nick, since last year.
Nothing like having the old rally guy on board. Just to touch on those 3 stages that have already happened this morning, Dan. The first one was Beaumont, which is, as you'd appreciate, when you wake up in the morning and all the roads are wet and you only drive your rally car maybe once a year, you know, which a lot of the people in this event do. They're not professional rally drivers. You need a stage just as something to settle in, and that's exactly what Beaumont is. There is a time for it, but it's not reflected in the rally results, so it takes all the pressure off. People can just settle in. If the car steps out a bit, oh, it's okay, now I need to just pull my head in a bit and settle down, get it right. After that, they did Eagle on the Hill, one of my favourite stages, from the bottom to the top. And this year is actually a bit longer than it ever has been. So they even had to drive through the car park as you went past the Eagle on the Hill. Just a little chicane test for them. But again, this morning, roads a bit shiny, got curbs all the way through the Eagle on the Hill stage, and you just don't want to hit a curb and put the car into a really unstable situation. Notts Hill, third one, just before they got here. Again, very, very fast early, down to a narrow bridge, turn very hard left, and then a bit tighter after that. So where that stage finishes, you're basically at the start of Cherryville Plus.
Yeah, that's right. So the cars will be coming through there as we speak, really, won't they? As you say, it's only about 500, 600 metres from the start of this stage. It's a great part of the Adelaide Hills. We should talk a bit about what is to come over the next couple of hours. So we start off with the tour groups. They are people that own not necessarily luxury cars, some supercars, some sports cars, some performance SUVs, some hatchbacks, and everything else in between from various different tour groups: Sagami, Mercedes, BMW Mini, the list goes on and on and on. And then we move into the competitive categories. So we've got TSD, that's sort of the regularity type competition where they've got a set time that they must achieve in each stage, and they get points based on whether they're faster or slower on each stage. Fewest points at the end of the rally wins. Then we have Challenge. They're speed limited to 130 kilometres an hour, but that is all about the fastest speed at the end of each stage. And then the competition class, which is basically open. The only restriction is a top speed of 200. But we've got to talk about that, haven't we, Nick? Because these roads have been designed so you probably won't even hit 200 on any of these stages. The way the roads have been designed, it's a tight, twisty Adelaide rally.
And it's one of the real good talking points about the Adelaide Rally is that the Tim Possingham, the director of the event, has gone to such great lengths to try and pick out tighter, more technical pieces of road so that the top speeds are not ridiculously high. So you might have a bit of road that's got, you know, a fast straight at one end, a fast straight at the other end. He leaves those out. Let's put the bit in the middle that's really tight and twisty, and it's a real challenge to your driving skill and your technical ability. It'll test your noting skill, and let's do that one. And look, the average speed for the stage is not to be any more than 132 kilometres per hour, and that's kind of a world standard that's used. In some of these stages, you won't be doing more than 130 kilometres per hour. In fact, there's a couple, Dan, that are so tight you probably won't get over 100 kilometres an hour. And if you think that sounds easy, believe me, when you're doing it, and it's the chance of just over exceeding your limit and getting into the Armco and destroying your day is so great, and you just cannot make that error. So good combination of roads. Where there's a nasty hazard, they've put up water barriers. If there's a tree that they think is in a really dangerous spot, or if you could go off the road into water, they've protected you from things like that. But 80% of this rally is competed on roads that have Armco fencing along the side or a cliff bank. So there's been a lot of effort put into, yeah, sure, let's go out and have a good run through the hills, but let's try and protect people as well, because this is not the World Rally Championship. This is something that, you know, mere mortals are doing, normal people, and it's full credit to Tim, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So we'll be starting off with the tours, as I say, and the first tour of which is the Zagami Tour. Here's a bit about the Zagami Tour. The tour has been part of the Shannon's Adelaide Rally for a number of years and includes a large variety of both modern sports cars and supercars. Zagami brands include Aston Martin, Ferrari, McLaren, Lotus, and even Pagani.
Oh, in the tour.
So yes, lots of exotic supercars to come. We are very much looking forward to seeing them. These are the cars that you had on your bedroom wall as a kid, aren't they? The Ferraris, the Lamborghinis, Nick. They're the cars we always wanted.
They are. And look, there's a real mix of cars. I think there's about 50 cars in the Zagami Tour group. And I should point out that even though there's a whole lot of brands in the group, they're not necessarily the brands that Zagami sell. Like Zagamis you go to if you want a McLaren or a Lamborghini or a Bentley or even a Lotus. And of course there's a plethora of used car choices out there on Glen Osmond Road. But you'll see from the 50 cars that come through that camaraderie plays a big part in this. And you know, you might have a mate who's got a Ferrari, you've got a Hyundai i30N, and they'll both be in the Zagami group because they want to go and spend the days together.
Yeah, there's an eclectic mix to come through here. But yeah, we've sort of spoken and touched on, but you can see they come down the hill into that chicane. It's quite a tight little chicane, Nick, that one. Talk us through how you approach it.
That's a good shot, actually, isn't it? That's it. Yeah, that's a bit confusing probably, because you can see the bollards there are actually in the road that you don't use, unless, of course, you've locked your brakes and had a big overshoot. In the Escort, when I was competing, we'd be coming into this corner basically flat out and then hard on the brakes, probably drop down a couple of gears, turn right and then left. But your straight that follows is so short that you can only just get on the throttle a bit, back on the brakes. On the throttle a bit, back on the brakes. Corkscrew Road is so tight, there's more about how you link the number of corners together rather than trying to be quick on each little straight. It's getting the flow right, and that's where your co-driver fits in, and even the pace that they deliver the notes for you and the timing of the delivery of the notes helps the driver so much to get that flow going.
Yeah, absolutely. We should touch on the fact, we couldn't go motor racing without the volunteer officials, and there certainly are a lot of them this year. 375 volunteer officials working to make this event happen. That's 55 more than we had last year.
And they love it, Dan. They love it. They queue up to be back the following year.
Yeah, that's correct, absolutely. So many of these have done it for so many years, back in the days of the classic Adelaide Rally, and they've continued to do it year after year, and it's almost a ritual for them now.
It is, and of course the thing is you get a very close view. You get some of the best vantage points on the rally, because once the roads are closed, you can't get in, and so there are stages where, unfortunately, because of where they're closed, there's no adjoining road to just drive up and get a really good vantage point. So you've got to be there before the road closes, and you can't get out until the stage finishes and the police have been through and reopened the road. But the volunteers they do a wonderful job, and you should also thank the community, Dan, because the people in the Adelaide Hills and down south who allow us to use their roads. It is a privilege. It's not a right. The state government, the Malinauskas government, help out by. It must come from government to implement the road closure. The police then deliver that. And then you have a rally, and you wouldn't be able to do it without the residents being on side and saying, yeah, sure, for 4 or 5 hours you can close my road, we'll make other arrangements, and enjoy your day.
Yeah, absolutely. What glorious outlook we have, such magnificent views coming from the drone footage. We can see the Adelaide Hills in all its glory this morning. And the good news, Nick, I can see a few bits of blue sky around now, so it's certainly clearing as we expected, which is good news, and it means that the stage will hopefully dry out. But we've got to say, as you can see from these shots, a lot of overhanging trees over the road. There will still be wet patches for sure.
There will. There'll be shade where the water doesn't dry, and there'll be wet patches. And because it's of the shade, it's hard to spot until you're in it. But I've got to give a shout out to Todd, who's our seasoned drone pilot. He is a pro, folks. Don't try this at home. You can see just the shots are fantastic. And we are really a long way up. We're on top of the world today. But stunning shots of the Adelaide Hills in spring. What better place could you be? This is going to be a great day. And like you said, Dan, a little bit of sun. It's just drying out, and the drivers would be breathing a sigh of relief at that, I can tell you.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about last year's competition in competition class. It was fought between 3 drivers, or 3 combinations, for much of the event. And it really was fought in the end between 2 drivers late on Sunday, Selly and Matthews. So Matt Selly and Oscar Matthews, and they were trading fastest times after fastest times after fastest times. It's just depending on the stage. They're often tying, and in the end, after the entire 29 stages, they were tied, Nick. It was the first ever tie. 0 seconds separated them. Incredible.
And it's the nature of rallying, Dan. It's, you'll see this even in the World Rally Championship, that you can have these guys driving at amazing speeds, like it's superhuman speeds, their car control, and then they finish 3 days of rallying and they're a second apart. Just how do you do that? Now, Matt Selly, as I mentioned earlier, is our Motorsport Australia safety officer for this event, so he's not taking part, but Oscar is. Oscar Matthews is back in his Mitsubishi Evo, and Cameron Waring and his wife Tanya Waring are also back. They came 3rd last year. They're also back in a BMW M3 V8. And look, there's going to be a great tussle, but we also have a couple of newcomers as well, Dan.
Certainly do. For those that watch the Australian Rally Championship. The Rouleaus will be joining us. Alex Rouleau, former V8 supercar driver, and his father as well, who also competes, Peter Rouleau. So we expect those two, although newcomers to the rally, with their Australian rally knowledge and experience, we expect them to be fighting right up the front. And we have to say that they are driving their very Hyundai rally cars that they race in the Australian Rally Championship, albeit it has been tarmac spec'd.
That's right, Dan. And if you're new to rallying, and what Dan was talking about when he said the Australian Rally is the Australian Rally Championship, which of course is conducted on gravel. So all the events are loose surface events. They might throw in the occasional tarmac stage, but it's not like tarmac rallying where the whole thing is done on sealed roads. And it's two very, very different arts. In a gravel car, the car is never straight because it is in a state of wheel spin and slide all the time. So it's more a matter of how do I manage that slide to get the fastest time. In tarmac, it's generally about how do I keep the car neat and not get it into a slide because I'm going to be losing some time. Consequently, the setup of the cars is entirely different. A tarmac car might be reasonably stiff, but not too stiff. Not as stiff as you would set up a car for a racing circuit that's nice and smooth and all the hazards are known. In a rally, things just pop up. You might have tree roots growing underneath the road, so you get these nasty undulations in it. So you've got to set the car up a lot softer. In a gravel rally, you'll be even softer again to deal with the undulations and the bumps and jumps that you've got along the way. So as Dan pointed out, the Rouleaus, father and son, in two different Hyundai i20N rallies, will have changed all their suspension setup from gravel to tarmac. And believe me, these guys are going to be something to watch this weekend because they are well experienced. Their car control skills would be well up there, and we're going to have a battle of some very different drivers from very different backgrounds over a 3-day period.
They've travelled all the way from WA as well, so it's been a great effort from those guys to come all the way here. Peter Rouleau has tarmac rally experience over in WA, so he's only a relatively recent convert to gravel rally, so he's sort of, you would say, going back to his roots. And sort of similar with Alex, of course, doing the supercars route through what was formerly known as V8 touring cars, now Super 3, through into Super 2 and into supercars. He was and still remains the youngest ever starter in a supercars championship race, and did an entire season with Lucas Dumbrell Motorsport, and competed a few years after that, a couple of years with Kelly Racing in the Enduros, racing alongside Simona Di Silvestro in the Nissan Altimas. So he is a fine addition. But the point I'm trying to get to, Nick, is he also has tarmac experience, but as you pointed out, it's very different tarmac circuit racing to tarmac rallying.
I think he'll be really good. I don't think you can underestimate the guy. If you've driven a V8 supercar and you've got a knowledge of rallying as well, then your tarmac speed is going to be really, really good. Last year, Matt Sally's time on this stage was an absolute cracker. He gave the rest of the teams a bit of a shellacking through here, and it's going to be interesting to see if there's a clear leader again, a standout again this year, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. Challenge is an interesting one this year because, yes, we have a winner back. However, it's Justin Perkins, who was the co-driver last year, who's jumping back into the driving seat this year. He was alongside Nigel Joyce, who was the driver, won the event in his Subaru WRX, but Justin last year, for the first time ever, was a co-driver. He clearly didn't like that experience very much because he's back behind the driving seat this year. But that must be a pretty difficult challenge to, if you're a regular driver, to be in the co-driver's seat must be something so different.
Well, yes and no. Now, I can throw in my two bobs worth on that, Dan.
Go for it.
In 14 Adelaide rallies, I had 5 different co-drivers. 4 of them were drivers. And in fact, my co-driver for my first Classic Adelaide rally that I did was a driver, and I benefited a lot from having him aboard. Now, this might sound funny, but he had crashed his car in Targetaz, and so he had a lot of valuable input for me in my first Classic Adelaide Rally in 2006, because a lot of it was telling me what not to do, how not to get sucked into, thinking you're Fan Joe on a stretch of road, or you might catch sight of another car and you think, oh, all right, I've got to catch this guy, and you stop thinking about your notes and start thinking about the guy in front. So there's a lot of traps that you can fall into. Do drivers make good co-drivers? Well, I think that depends on the personality. I found that guys who have job roles where they have to be very, very organised and very precise made great co-drivers. I had the pleasure of having Tanya Waring sit alongside me one year, and I really enjoyed that. Tanya, very, very cool the whole time, very steady flow. Rick Powell, as I mentioned, Rick is a risk manager, so he's very, very conscious of having everything right, very precise, and more recently Neil Gibson. So, a mix of people, all different personalities, but they tend to have a bit of a trait that they're organised, precise, and maybe even a bit analytical as well. But I think what you don't want next to you is a frustrated driver who wishes he was driving but he's co-driving. So there's reasons to and against.
Yeah, absolutely. There we see again, look, the sunshine, Nick. The sun is beaming through now, which is great news to see that out there on the hills of Adelaide. And we're visiting some awesome parts of the state this weekend. This is one of them where I suppose you'd say pretty much directly east, aren't we, of Adelaide here today?
We are, yeah, and the Adelaide Hills, of course, being playing a very, very big part in hosting this event. Tomorrow will be at Hermitage, which is near One Tree Hill, and then Sunday will be at Strathalbyn for the town stage, which is this year they're running it twice, Dan. It was very, very successful last year, not in the least part because of the great duck race which took place and almost upstaged the rally as a result. But no, this year unfortunately we don't have a duck race. But the people from Strath were so in love with the event that they wanted us back and they wanted double the stage.
We might not have the duck race, but what we do have is a competition which we'll see Craig Lowndes, yes, that's Bathurst winner Craig Lowndes, Lara Lowndes, and a familiar footy player to many South Australians. They'll be judging some show cars, Nick.
Charlie Dixon, and driving with Dixon, there'll be some, I think, more street machine sort of oriented cars down there for a bit of a show and shine, and Charlie's coming along to judge them. So as a bloke who can't even kick or catch, I'll be well out of my depth talking to Charlie Dixon, but we'll see what we can do and find out a bit more about driving with Dixon.
You can catch a slide, just not a ball.
Well, I must say, Dan, I'm pleased to see the sun, because in all honesty, if the road's not dry, I'd rather it was pouring with rain. But it's that in-between bit when the surface is shiny and you can't quite pick what grip you're going to get. That's the bit that I didn't like. Yeah,
absolutely. We can see the wineries as well in the background. Of course, South Australia is so well known for its wine regions down at McLaren Vale, and of course a legendary Barossa. Even being a POM, all my family and friends over in England, they're always going, oh, when we come over, we've got to try that Barossa wine. Everybody, whenever they come over, they have to go to the Barossa wine region. It's so famous.
It is incredible that this in Adelaide we're known the world over for our wines, and it's worrying that people think that all we do is drink.
That's right.
Sit around. I mean, what could be further from the truth, fellas? That's just crazy stuff. But Yeah, looking forward to seeing these cars. Dan, do we have a little bit of a delay, or is it just me? Am I getting impatient?
No. So I've just actually got a text message from Tim Possingham, the event director, and he said yes, there is a delay. A car just had a little off on stage 1, so they're just getting the cars through that first stage, and then they'll be here shortly. So we aren't too far away, I'm hearing. But yeah, there's just a little bit of a backlog, a congestion, I suppose you'd say.
As you can appreciate, when you've got 400 plus cars traversing, I think it's 200 kilometres in total, Dan, over the 4 days, the logistics of doing this, or 3 days, sorry, the logistics of doing this are just incomprehensible. You've got 300 plus volunteers, but anything can go wrong, and Murphy steps in, and it probably will. But it's the nature of rally, hence the expression hurry up and wait, because as sure as you get to line up at a start control, there might be some little hiccup that just causes things to not go ahead immediately. And of course, the biggest motivator in all of that is safety. If there is anything wrong with the stage, if there's a spectator standing in a spot that they shouldn't be on the stage, all that needs to be sorted out before the cars go through, because they are travelling at speed. And even on the chicane that Dan and I have shown you where we're filming from, if you get it wrong there, you'll go straight into that bunting, and we don't want people anywhere near that.
No, exactly. Safety protocols have been taken at every single junction possible. We're just next to the church there on the left-hand side, those vehicles. That's where we are located at Livestream HQ.
You can see us waving. Not really.
No, definitely not. It really does show the elevation down the hill into the corkscrew section, this being Corkscrew Road, but the corkscrew section in particular, the tight sequence of hairpins we can see down in the valley. But yeah, touching on what you were saying before about the amount of competitive stages this year, we've gone up from 29 stages up to 30, a nice round number this year. We've got 19 more competitive kilometres as well. We had 128 last year, and we're now up to 147 competitive kilometres this year. So that's quite an increase year on year. So that's good news for everybody involved competing in the rally, that they get to drive a bit faster for more of the event.
It is, and once again, I've got to give a shout out to our drone pilot Todd, because he's actually driving us through the stage. he's traversing the whole thing. I think next year he'll probably be in the event, judging by the way he's driving that drone. But it is true. It's good to have more people competing this year. The competitive classes of the pure competition and challenge classes, and even the Spirit Tour, the pure competition has dropped a little bit in numbers. The challenge category has grown a little bit in numbers, but we believe that this is about to increase again in competition. For those of you who don't follow rallying regularly, and while I'm in the middle of that, you can see the hairpins on Corkscrew Road. Have you ever seen a stretch of road like that?
It's pretty cool.
You could watch a World Rally Championship event in Spain or Monte Carlo to get to drive on a road like that, and it's on your doorstep in the Adelaide Hills. It is sensational. So Sterling Moss pointed out that one of the roads he drove on in the Classic Adelaide some years ago was one of the best roads he'd ever driven on anywhere in the world, and that was Coromandel Valley Road.
There you go.
But what I was saying about the classes growing, rallying has had some significant incidents over the last few years, and because of that we have inquiries, we have focus groups who look at driver safety and car safety, and try and work out how they're going to minimise the risk. How do we protect people in this sport that we love? We want to continue it, but we also want to make sure that people are as safe as we can make them. And so they came out with a number of recommendations, and when I say a number, Dan, I'm talking about the size of a phone book. Or what the phone book used to be, not now. But from those recommendations, which didn't all have to be implemented, they came up with some regulations. And those regulations, and the number of them, are now becoming clearer to the drivers and the people who prepare the cars. And so we're now getting a resurgence of cars. Some of the cars that have been in sheds for a year or two, they're now coming back out. The guys are saying, okay, well, now I know what I have to do. I know what's a recommendation, but I don't actually have to do that if I don't want to. And so in the coming years, I think you'll see a resurgence in the competition classes.
Let's say though, although the competition classes might be a little bit down on numbers, we are actually pretty much on par with the biggest ever field for the Adelaide Rally. The interest in touring these stages has increased significantly year upon year. I mean, the amount of different tour groups. The first one, as we highlighted coming up, is the Zagami Tour, but that's one of many. So we've got the Zagami Tour, the Mercedes AMG Tour, the Solitaire Automotive Tour, a new one for this year, the Porsche Centre Adelaide Tour, BMW Mini Tour, the Porsche Club Tour, the Hyundai Tour, another new one, the Honda Tour, the main tour. That's a sort of bring your own. That's what, if you're not in a club like that or bought a car from those particular branches, you go into the main tour. You've also got the Spirit Tour as well, which is a slightly faster tour where you've got to wear helmets and a few safety requirements, but yeah, you are allowed to push that a little bit more in Spirit Tour.
That's right. And look, why wouldn't those classes grow, Dan? Because you've got a couple of things influencing. Firstly, you've got guys who've got some terrific cars, like Lamborghinis, Ferraris, McLarens, and the number of these cars in South Australia is disproportionate to our population. We do have a lot of car enthusiast buyers. You've also got the focus of modern motor car marketing, the way that dealers now market, is how do we get all our group together? How do we get all our client base together so that they can really chat about their cars, they can enjoy the cars in a sort of semi-social atmosphere? We'll take them somewhere nice for lunch. Of course, there won't be a glass of red included, but that might come at night afterwards. But how do we get all the people who are enthusiastic about our cars together and enable them to drive on the best roads in a fully closed road situation? And that's something we haven't really touched on, Dan, is that the roads for all the people in the event, whether they are competitive classes or not, are absolutely closed to other traffic. And I've got to be honest, I still talk to people now who just don't get how rallying works, and they think that we're just reckless drivers and we go out in the hills and drive fast down a country road. Nothing could be further from the truth. The government enacts the legislation to enable the roads to be closed. The police implement it, and so you might drive from Adelaide to Cherryville, observing all the normal speed limits with all the other traffic on the road. You get to the start of this stage and you wait in line, and the road is closed. No one's going to come the other way. You can use all of the road for yourself, and you will be, if you're in a competitive class, you'll be timed to the second, and you're going to have a great time. Now, even if you're in a tour group, you've got this beaut car that you really want to enjoy, but on any other day, you've got to observe all the speed limits, and you've got to stay in your lane, and you've got to be very, very responsible and conscious of the other people using the road. So these 3 days, why wouldn't you come out in your beautiful car and enjoy it? It'd probably take one of your mates with you in the passenger seat and maybe even share the drive.
Yep. Yeah, you can.
If he's a good mate, he'd have to be a really good mate. But yeah, share the drive and just enjoy your car through the Adelaide Hills in completely controlled situation where safety is paramount.
Yeah, you can do that, absolutely. What you said, you can share the drive. You can opt to switch drivers. You can also opt to have more than one co-driver as well. I remember last year there was a father who was driving and he had 3 sons, and he gave a son a day. He had a different son in the co-driver seat each day, which I thought was really, really cool. So that's great, and this really does show not only the elevation but the tightness of those hairpins. I sort of said on that onboard we saw early on, the first hairpin is very, very tight, and although they're all tight, they do slightly open up and get faster each one.
Now, Dan, we had we drove down here in the Ute the other day.
Yes.
With our GoPro camera on the windscreen. And we had to do it again. Had to do it a second time. The reason was that in one of those hairpins, we had an incident. We had an incident. I wasn't going to share it with the folks at home, but we have an incident. And our GoPro camera fell off the windscreen. Now, the reason that we couldn't use that footage is that it looks for all the world like we have just rolled the car. And we didn't, in fact, roll the car. We rolled the GoPro camera. So we had to do it again and tidy it up for that. But yeah, you were pointing out as we were doing that when the camera fell off, that those hairpins, each one is different to the last one. And that's the joy of it, isn't it? You've got to get all of it just right. And that's why rallying is different. You know, there's a saying that a circuit driver does one corner 1,000 times and a rally driver does 1,000 corners once. And that's how you drive. You know that the next corner is going to be different to the last one. You know that you haven't driven on. Although modern rallying, pretty much in most rallies these days the world over, you'll do 3 or 4 stages in a day that are repeated.
Yes.
So you do get a second look at it. It's good.
And we will get a second look at this one. Last year, when you were talking to Matt Selly, you spoke to a lot of other competitors. They all said this is such an important stage. You can afford maybe to not know a couple of corners in a 2 kilometre stage and lose a couple of seconds. But in this one, 19 kilometres, by far and away the longest stage in the rally. It is one of, if not the most important stage for that very reason. It's the longest stage. You spend the most amount of time here. So for every corner, if you're just a 10th off here or a 10th off there, over the course of 19 kilometres, that's going to build up.
Well, it's the bugger, isn't it, really? I mean, you look at it and you go, look, I'm only a second a kilometre slower than that guy. 21 seconds at the end of the stage.
That's right, yeah. Yep.
So you could win or lose the event on this stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do it twice, 42 seconds that you've lost on the guy in front of you. So, look, it's what makes rallying such an enjoyable sport and such an attractive sport. Sure, it has its logistical aspects that you've got to get your head around, but yeah, I guarantee you that it's a very, very friendly community. There's a lot of camaraderie involved in rallying, whether it be on gravel or tarmac, and that's why people are continuing to enjoy it.
Last year, the first run through Cherryville Plus, Aaron Steele was the fastest man, just 4 seconds ahead of Selly, but those two pulled out such an advantage on the rest. I mean, Oscar Matthews, although he was the joint winner, he was 6 seconds slower than Matthew Selly the first run through the event.
And who was behind Oscar, Dan? Was there a big gap then?
There was a further 10 seconds back to Stephen Campbell and Alexander Brown.
So the guy who's in 4th or 5th is 20 seconds behind the car in front.
Which doesn't happen on any other stage in this rally.
It's so technical, and this is where pace notes come in. Pace notes, if you're not familiar with them, giving the driver the degree of the arc of the corner. They don't do really anything else than that. If we're going to be simplistic about it, and we are being a little bit simplistic, but if you consider that you might have an instruction straight for 200 metres and then a 9 right. A 9 right is almost straight, but not quite. A 1 right is a hairpin turn, 180 degrees. So between 1 and 10, you're numbering how severe the arc of the corner is, and you're delivering those notes to the driver. And also what you're delivering is the distance in between. So you might say you have a 9 right, 200 metres where you can drive as fast as you can. And those distances are very, very important. On a road like this, your poor co-driver's going to be tired at the end of it, because he'll be going 4 right into 4 left, into 4 right, into 4 left. And it's very, very tight, constant instruction. So rallying is as much about driving skill as it is about processing information, maybe 2 or 3 corners ahead, so you know what to expect. Are the corners getting tighter, or are they opening up more? Is there going to be a long straight after this corner that I can really get stuck into? So that's where the pace notes fit in.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just seeing the course car coming through. So our first vehicle at speed, which is absolutely fantastic news. We are just moments away from seeing the Zagami Tour coming through this stage. We have to thank some of our sponsors as well. You've spoken about the government, who without them this event would not be possible, but as well as that, you know, Shannon's our title sponsor of the event. They share our passion with motoring, that is for sure, and have been a supporter of this event for so many years.
They have. Shannon's are the guys who get it when it comes to enthusiast car insurance, because they're enthusiasts themselves. So if you have a car that is not a mainstream car, maybe it's a little bit older, they'll understand that it might be very precious to you, and you can even have an agreed value. You can tell them all the options that you've got on it, or all the things that you've fitted to it, and they'll add those to the policy. Even the things in your garage they can insure, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, correct. So if you've got a spare engine or a trailer or anything like that, you know, just suspension parts, they'll sponsor anything to do with your car, not just your complete car. As you can see, coming out of that final hairpin. And then this is a really real sort of a preview of what's to come, you'd say, on the Gorge Road section, wouldn't you? A little fast section of road down here, and then quite a fast left-hand kink. You can see a few kinks, and then off towards the iconic Gorge Road stage. You touched on earlier, Nick, you said Sterling Moss drove the Classic Adelaide Rally. There were many names that are very familiar with people that drove the Classic Adelaide. I think Sterling Moss's co-driver that year, was it not Murray Walker? I think it was. I think his co-driver that year was Murray Walker, now if I'm not mistaken, to quote the great man.
And you're not very much mistaken, Dan, but I entrust you to know that because you are a Formula One aficionado. But yeah, I mean, Jack Brabham, also one of the more esteemed drivers to do the event. There was also people like Doug Nye, a Ferrari enthusiast who'd written a number of books on the history of Ferrari. He was a regular at Classic Adelaide. I think Wyn Percy drove an AC Cobra one year.
Peter Brock?
Yes, Peter Brock. And look, it was the nature of the event that you had all these people coming from all over the world to drive Adelaide's sensational roads. That was Mark Lacey, by the way, that we just watched opening the stage in the Red Laser, and he was a competitor in this event back in 2021 when I did my last Adelaide Rally.
I think he was in it last year, if I'm correct. But we can see the first cars aren't too far away now. But yeah, it's really cool to see the winds picked up a little bit, I think, Nick. But that means that the clouds will blow away faster. That's the one positive I can see in that.
Yeah, and you can see the roads dried out, and I'm hoping that it's dry further down the hill as well. As you pointed out, Dan, there's always going to be a bit of shade in areas that don't dry out as fast as others, but it all points to it being a dry stage from start to finish, and that would be really welcome on the Gorge Road in particular, where the surface is perfectly flat and the corners are very fast. You know, you've got the opportunity to use all of the road, get your lines right, get your apexes right. Many of the corners on the Gorge Road are what they call long, so the apex won't come up for a long time through the corner, and again, that's where your notes become very valuable. So good luck, fellas. Dry stage for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look to me, Nick, like it is drying down here, which is good news. I think the roads are pretty much dry now. The wind certainly would have helped that. Yeah, the wind can only help. And these Zagami guys, I mean, we've got a real mix of cars that are coming through. And as Dan pointed out, you know, you don't have to be a Zagami customer. You might just have some mates who are going in the Zagami group and you decide to join them. But we've got everything from McLarens to Lamborghinis. They should sound rather nice when they come through here. Bit of a favourite for Dan and I as a Lamborghini V10. We're always happy to put the ears out for that. McLarens, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, there's a few Porsches thrown in. And you know, there's bound to be some other not so exotic things thrown into the mix as well. Yeah, absolutely. Something that wasn't quite so exotic, Nick, was when we travelled around in your Ford Ute the other week. So let's have a little bit of a look of the stage from an onboard perspective. Here we are, cars heading down into the turn and onto Corkscrew Road. Here we are, just showing how tight it is. This is the bit that we were just on board with, Nick. It's so tight, this particular section of the road, but it's great to see cars coming down the hill.
And the drone shots, I mean, and the sound as well. We can hear the cars from our location, and we're actually a little bit away from the corner, but together with the drone shot, you're getting that wonderful echo of the cars through the hills. John Paul Drake and his Lexus just passing through there.
That's one of the best sounding cars here, the Lexus LFA, a great addition to the Adelaide Motorsport Festival earlier on in the year, but great to see that in the Adelaide Rally as well. And John Paul Drake drives anything and everything, doesn't he?
He does.
In whether it's circuit racing or rallying.
The Prototype Series is his main game, isn't it, Dan?
I even commentated him driving in Formula 4 earlier in the year at the Bend, but here we are seeing a Porsche, an old Porsche going around the turn, but such a eclectic mix. You can see from BMWs to Porsches and everything in between. That's a really nice looking car. We can see we're on Corkscrew Road. And you can see why it is called that, the tight, twisting nature of this circuit. I'm already calling it a circuit.
No, don't call it that, man. No. You'll alienate me. But I got to say that the drone is giving us a really good insight, or our drone pilot, I should say, is giving us a great insight into what this stage is like. Because sure, we can tell you what it's like. We can say it's really tight and twisty and all this stuff. But when you see it from the air, you get a bit of perspective of, and you can see the Lamborghini there, just making sure I don't get this wrong. There might have been a bit of indecision. I thought for a minute he had a problem, but it appears that he doesn't. He was just being a bit indecisive. Yeah, I mean, don't you love Rally Week? Have a listen to this just coming through the hills. Beautiful.
It does sound absolutely awesome, doesn't it? So
all those flappy paddle gear changes, up and down, vroom, vroom, vroom.
It's a symphony of, it really is a symphony of car engine noises going down the hill. Another V10 going into the corner. Some interesting racing lines being taken down there. We'll see the competition cars straight lining it down the hill on the correct racing line. You can see a McLaren as well, so that's a pretty new Lambo, but we've got some McLarens as well just behind. As you say, there's aerial shots. Here's a Ford XR6 as well, so really does show the variety within this category.
No utes though, Dan, but I've got to say that, you know, one of the hardest things when you're doing the first day of this event is to use both sides of the road, because it's so unnatural that you have to kind of have someone tap you on the shoulder and say, mate, you can, not so much when you're in the competition category, but especially for these guys, it's probably a once a year day for them, and they're going, oh yeah, that's right, I can actually take a line, I can take the apex on this corner and I can come out on the wrong side of the road and it's not going to matter because the road is all mine today. But it's a conscious process, you have to actually think it through.
That's James Scarpantoni in his very, reasonably new anyway, Lotus Exige, the 410 Sport. It's interesting that, you know, I think that's such a modern machine, but that's 6 years old now. It's quite remarkable. What amazing shots from the drone cam. These are the shots that we were hoping for, and boy, oh boy, they're delivering.
This is hairpin central. How many hairpins would you like? Do you have a handbrake? Yes, I do. Now, a lot of these modern cars, they've very clever electronic handbrakes and so on. They might not like doing that.
No.
But when you get down to some of the classics, you'll see they'll be heaving on the handbrake and turning the car in its own length for these hairpins. And then as the road opens, go through the very, very slight left and then into the right for the run downhill past the hedge. Great big hedge, both sides of the road, beautifully manicured, Adelaide Hills in spring, stunning.
I believe that car there is Brenton Griegel at the wheel of the Porsche 911 Turbo S, a familiar name to those who watch a lot of circuit racing. So he's out there having a blast as they the next tour leader. Because this class is so big, we have nearly 70 Zagami Tour entrants in the rally this year. We've had to put them in what we call packets of about 10 or 15 cars. So there's a tour leader and a tour follower at the end of every 15 car packet. So there's about four tour packets within the Zagami Tour. I love this car. This is one of my favourites. An old school Ferrari from several years ago. There's quite a few Ferraris that are going to come through the stage in a group. Basically, this pack is all Ferraris, ranging from the 488 Pista to the F12 Berlinetta. We've got an old school 365 GTB4 that'll come through in a minute. So that's one of the other things, Nick. It's not only the modern cars, but we do have some old classics as well. Cars dating back, the oldest in the rally this year, a couple from 1964. And
what were that?
You're asking me now. The Porsche 356.
Yeah.
And the little old the Fiat that's in competition.
Oh yes. Now that's a very interesting car of Mike Lowe's, and we'll get to that later. But there's also a Mini Cooper S. There's a few Mark 1 Escorts, which probably very late 60s.
I'll tell you what, it's taken you a while. I thought we'd be mentioning an Escort in 5 minutes. I reckon we've gone 45 minutes before you mentioned an Escort. Very good, Nick.
Didn't I give it a look in earlier? I thought I managed to get
you might have
the Escort into a sentence as quickly as possible. But no, and I mean, remember last year, Dan, when we started on the Beaumont stage, we had a long chat with Ray Eastwood in his Mercedes 190 SL, which is a 50s car. Yeah. There's been a great presence of classic cars in this event over the years, even more so in its infancy when it was purely for classic cars. Have a look at that. 365 Daytona, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Incredible. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen one of those on the road.
Front engine V12, and that'll have a note all to its own. Stunning car.
And then right behind it, an incredibly modern 296 GTB, that is, I think. Yeah, so we go from one extreme to the other there. So that just highlights this category, doesn't it? Bentley Continental. Don't see too many of those on the roads. Oh, listen to that noise. It's just absolutely awesome to be here with cars echoing all the way down the hill.
Through the hills, yeah.
We're moving on now to a bit of a mixture in this particular tour. This particular packet within the Zagami Tour. So this one's got a Porsche 911s, as you've seen, a couple of BMWs, an Aston Martin or two as well. So a nice little mixture within this particular packet. There's a little Corolla
GR. Yeah. A few of those in this year's event, followed by a Porsche Targa, Lotus. So great mix of cars.
Let's touch on that GR Corolla, because last year it was a brand new car. You know, we'd had the GR Yaris for many years, but the GR Corolla was brand new, and there are only less than a handful of those in the state. And now they've really taken off. We've got quite a few. Few in this event, but you see them around on the roads pretty often now.
Now, I think last year Tom Gilbert drove the first one in the state.
Yeah, I think it was.
In this event. It was the only one I'd seen, and he chose to debut it. Tom's a Toyota dealer in Mount Barker, Gilbert Motors in Mount Barker, and he chose to out the car at this event, which is terrific for the event. The GR Yaris is, of course, a popular choice now. A very, very interesting car, and a real benchmark of where the internal combustion engine is going in modern times. Smaller capacity, turbo, all-wheel drive, really, really clever use of engineering, and great power output in a small package.
Very much so. We move on from the Zagami Tour now to the Mercedes Tour. So huge variety of vehicles in this particular category, from your sports cars, your C63s and your E63s, through to your more saloon car type based stuff that we have on the screen here. We've got hot hatches, the A45 AMG, a car I'm quite a fan of as a hot hatch fan, and then as well a couple of the bigger SUVs, the GLC type machines. So a huge variety of Mercedes out there. on the stage early on this sunny now Friday morning.
I love the rumble of those C63s, Dan. They've got a really deep note. And even when they were doing the Endurance Championship in Bathurst, the Mercedes had just this deep note all its own. It sounded like it was doing half the revs of the other cars because of the flat plane crank that they were using at the time. But yeah, C63 is sounding terrific.
There's a little A45 AMG, but yeah, there's a lot of Mercedes AMG cars this year, 31 in total, which is really, really good to see that this class, this tour, is as strong as ever. 31 this year, but we see the Adelaide Hills, a few little houses really hidden, aren't they, behind the trees and everything. It's such a glorious part of the world. I wouldn't mind a house around here, Nick.
Well, you could drive this road every day for a start.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely, absolutely. That's another positive.
I'd have to go and buy another Escort if I lived here. No, this is a wonderful bit of countryside, and look, the whole rally is like that because we've got so much to show off to the rest of the world. You know, and even if you just chose to drive from winery to winery, you're going to drive some fantastic routes.
The tour leader there was taking a very conventional giving way, indicating there, not shortcutting the road, shall we say. The cars behind are all wanting to put their foot down a bit more. There's a bit of a traffic jam at the moment, but really nice just to see the variety that Mercedes have to offer. All in a row. That'll look pretty cool as they go through the corkscrew section of the tarmac. These guys are going a little bit faster further back. There's a couple of little A45s, but yeah, there's some really nice machines. Mercedes have been so popular for so many years and continue to do so, of course. Racing in GT3 competition globally. They race in, of course, Formula 1 with Lewis Hamilton and George Russell behind the wheel of those machines. But they've been involved in motorsport for so many years, dating back to the 50s when they raced in Formula 1 with Fangio, and Fangio won a couple of titles, didn't he, for Mercedes back in the mid-50s, and then as well they raced at Le Mans for many years, but an accident at Le Mans meant that they pulled out to motorsports for over 50 years, returning in 2010 with Formula 1. And haven't they gone on to great success in the last decade and a half, and now dipping their toe as well in Formula E competition as well.
Right, a really rich history in motorsport. And look, if you like your history, I think it might be one of the free-to-air channels on demand channels, might be SBS. Tune into a series called The Cars That Made the World. It's only 3 or 4 episodes, so you can binge on it pretty quickly. But Mercedes gets some coverage in that, and the history of these car makers is really incredible. Mostly the risks they took to produce cars. They just about sent themselves broke time and time again to achieve their goals. And so you'll see Mercedes and Honda and Porsche and Volkswagen. They're all in the mix, but it's a great program. The Cars That Made the World.
Yeah, absolutely. There they are, just going down the hill. And we can see them spread out further back down the tour, unlike further forward where they were all in a row. But look at the great vantage points around this particular stage. We are up on top of the hill by the church, but it's a stunning location. I, Nick, have never done a live stream from here before, and when we ran through the stage that you saw earlier, it was my first time running through this and coming in this morning, and I've done the Gorge Road section before, but it is a truly remarkable piece of road with everything. The fast flowing section at the end of the stage to the tight, technical, twisty section that we're covering here. It's got it all.
It has, and it's been used every which way, Dan. It's been used in reverse, coming from Cuddly Creek down Gorge Road, up Corkscrew, and then back to Marble Hill. It's been used with Montacute Road as the start, coming up the hill and turning left into Corkscrew. Corkscrew has been used on its own as a short hill climb stage. So we've made use of these wonderful resources in every possible way. And as we said earlier, Tim Possingham, full credit to him for picking out technical bits of road that don't have ludicrous speeds.
Exactly right. We've concluded the Mercedes AMG Tour. Up next, we've got the Solitaire Tour. Here's a little bit about Solitaire. Back the Solitaire Tour to the Shannon's Adelaide Rally in 2024. This group contains a large amount of supercars, but also some sports cars. The 5 manufacturers within the tour are Audis, Aston Martins, Alfa Romeos, a couple of Cupras, and some Jaguars as well. Yeah, some of my favourite machines are in this particular tour that's coming through. Solitaire Tour back in 2024. They weren't a part of the rally last year, but it's great to have them back. A real good addition. And strong numbers as well, Nick. Again, 26 cars in the rally this year.
Yes, they have been a supporter of the event for a long time. David Smoker, of course, Managing Director of Solitaire, in the event this year in an Aston Martin.
A brand new Aston Martin as well.
And why wouldn't it be? And there's about half a dozen Astons, half a dozen Audis, Jaguar and so on. But Solitaire have been a part of the luxury and sports car landscape in Adelaide for many, many years. I in fact worked for them on 2 occasions and had a great time in both instances. Beaut people to work for and beaut people to deal with as well, and sports car enthusiasts. Now I can remember in the 90s when I worked for Solitaire, watching David Smoker scour through British magazines looking for Aston Martins for sale. He has been an Aston Martin man for a long, long time. It's and look, he's a car tragic. He loves his cars as well as being a motor car dealer. He is a car enthusiast, and so great people to deal with if you love your cars.
We've got some really, really modern ones coming through, as we say, 2024 that he'll be in, but also a couple of my favourites. I say from a few years ago, it's not quite the James Bond, 60s or 70s style DB5, but one of my favourites, the V12 Vantage. That's one of my, for looks, for sound, that is one of my all-time favourite cars. From built back in the early 10s, 2010 I think was when that car was released, and it came around the same time as we had the V8 Vantage as well. But the V12 Vantage for me is something quite special.
We'll do our best to give you a good look at these cars, but as you can appreciate, they come through in very, very short intervals, so it's hard for us to spot one and then talk about it. But here they are, they're coming through now.
That's something a little different, one of the more modern sort of SUV-looking Aston Martins. That's Luke O'Neill at the wheel of a 2021 Aston Martin DBX 707, I believe that one is. But yeah, a bit different, a more boxier, pokier look, shall we say. And here comes Dave Smoker in his brand new Aston Martin in British Racing Green as well.
That's
Nick.
Stunning, isn't it?
Yes.
That's stunning. It's a metallic too. It's a bit brighter than the British Racing Green that we're used to, but what a beautiful looking car. And they always, Astons have always had a really, really beautiful shape, haven't they?
Yeah, 100%, absolutely. A bit like Porsche, they're sort of their Vantages and stuff haven't really changed too much in recent years, but why would you change the look of these cars? They look absolutely scintillating out there on the stage. As through comes that, of course, that one at the back is familiar to many people as the safety car for the Formula One. There's 2 safety cars they use these days in Formula 1, the Mercedes AMG and also the Aston Martin Vantage, which is what that green machine is, a 2023 Aston Martin Vantage driven by David Tye, and alongside him is Carol Tye. So it's great to have both of those 2 here this weekend. But yeah, we've got a whole range of different machines. So now we're moving from the Aston Martins to the Jaguars further down, the F-Paces. So cool to have those here. So there's 3 F-Paces. Matthew Winnan, Evan Jones and Robin Turner. Oh, sorry, Robin Turner's in an F-Type, sorry. I apologise for that. So got a large variety of different vehicles out there on the stage. Here is the F-Type I was just talking about of Robin Turner. A convertible as well, Nick. He's probably only just put the roof down. He wouldn't have been brave enough to have it without the roof earlier on, but conditions are mighty fine now.
It'll be superb, just running through the hills with the roof down, and that's what ragtop cars are for.
Mm-hmm.
After all, got to live the dream occasionally, and they'll be having a great day.
Absolutely. Swinging it through the hairpins. That's the first of the F-types there, that bright blue one that's just about to emerge from the trees. So yeah, that's the F-type, F-Pace, driven by Matthew Winnan, and co-driver is Rob DeAngelis. That instantly harps me back to the 80s in Formula 1, Elio DeAngelis. But yeah, nice to see a name synonymous with motorsport. But this section here, Nick, the left-hander there, would be quite tricky to spot as you just go into the shade of those trees. That left-handed kink, I imagine, is quite a tricky one to spot.
Well, they may even have a restricted speed zone there, Dan. That's something that they use in the event to make sure that the average speed for the stage in total doesn't exceed 132 kilometres an hour. So the tour cars won't be so concerned about that, but the competition cars will. And that's the reason that they put them in places like that.
Let's talk a bit about those zones. We've spoken about the safety of this event. So talk us through, from a competitive side, you being a former competitor, what these speed zones are all about, why they're there, and how you approach them.
Okay, well, the first thing you've got to consider is that worldwide there's a formula of not having an average speed for a stage higher than 132 kilometres an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't sound a lot, does it? But when you watch the World Rally Championship and you see guys doing 185 kilometres an hour in the air between trees, that might equate to 130 average at the end of the stage. So it's actually very fast. So if you've got a stage that's got a number of big straights in it, to bring that speed down, you'll use what is sometimes called a virtual chicane, or a speed zone. Now, back in the day, they used to line up witches' hats, so it was actually a chicane to slow you down. But these days, they can do it electronically because of Rally Safe. So you have a 200 metre expanse. When you arrive at the zero mark of that 200 metres, you've got to then slow down to 60 kilometres an hour. Your Rally Safe will detect what speed you're doing, and when you get to 60, your Rally Safe goes green and says go on the screen for the co-driver. Now that's all transmitted back to Rally headquarters, so if you went through there at warp speed, they know, and they will fine you accordingly, and they will demerit you some points in terms of your rally result for missing a speed zone. So that's how they do it these days. They do it electronically instead of the real way that it was done years ago, but that way you don't need a man standing there to put the witches' hats back up every time someone knocks one over, which was most times. So yeah, it's another modern innovation, and enabled by Rally Safe. This modern feature that we use, that's even since my last rally 3 years ago, Rally Safe has been enhanced dramatically, and there's a whole lot more things incorporated in, which we'll touch on later when we get to the competition cars. Yeah,
absolutely. Here we see the next lot come through. So
Alfa Romeo 4C in red and yellow.
Yeah,
a beautiful looking car, mid-engine car. There it is, and yeah, another Alfa, the Giulia Veloces. Alfa often, as we're talking about this morning, Dan, Alfa harking back to their heritage names for so many of their models: Giulias, Giuliettas, Giulia Sprint Veloce. These are all part of Alfa's racing heritage from the 50s and 60s. But they bring them back because that's the nature of their owners, is they love the history.
I love the wide line. Some people taking that white machine a bit better. and same again for the Green Alpha. But there's some road type lines, shall we say, going on early on this Friday morning. I'm sure by Sunday those will be well and truly ironed out, and they'll be taking it like a true professional.
Their co-drivers would be saying to them, mate, you can use the whole road.
You got to down this bit. It's that tight. You almost have to use both sides of the road. It's such a remarkable piece of tarmac. Through next comes the very modern Audi, the RS7. That's driven by Karl-Heinz Zirkel. I saw that car parked at the showgrounds where the Rally HQ is this year, and it looked immaculate. And
Carl, of course, is one of the Audi team at Solitaire, so he's the man you can talk to if you're interested in an Audi. So you probably even talk to him today if you're out at a lunch spot.
Yeah, so that is a brand new, that is 2024 Audi RS7. And it's really nice to see that particular car out, which concludes the Solitaire Tour. But we can see just that piece of tarmac, Nick. From your side, how do you approach this coming down the hill towards the road, the junction that starts Corkscrew?
Flat out, Dan. Flat out, of course. No, it really is flat out, because there's not that many straights on that bit of Marble Hill Road, and then hard on the brakes. You know exactly what's going to happen because it's in your notes, and it's just hard on the brakes, right then left, and really they do happen instantaneously. And then you've got to settle into the groove for Corkscrew and just get some flow going, get some rhythm going, so that you can be smooth through all those corners. Don't lose time. It's not so much a matter of trying to be a hero. It's a matter of being neat, and just don't waste any time with pushing the car too hard into a corner so you get understeer, or giving it full throttle and you're in some mad oversteer slide. No, forget all that, because it might look terrific for the punters, but it's not that quick, so just got to keep it rolling.
Got to touch on this, Nick. 16 cars in a brand new tour for this year on the Shannon's Adelaide Rally. It is the Porsche Centre Adelaide Tour. Great to have them a part of the event. A recent store that's opened in Adelaide. Of course, Porsche Centre Melbourne has been around for quite some time, but to have a Porsche Centre Adelaide store is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Used to be on Glen Osmond Road, has moved to Nabindi to even bigger and better surroundings. And look, the interesting thing when you look at the people in this Porsche group is you could go to a list 10 years ago and find the same names. Such is the nature of the Porsche client base. They are very, very brand loyal. They love their Porsches. And you've got some beautiful cars in this. And you'll also see in the Porsche Club, which follows, the same kind of thing, brand loyalty. So we've got GT3s, GT4s, and of course this is the latest and greatest of the machineries in there. Anthony Sullivan, a man who's just as home in a boat as he is in a Porsche, but he does like running his Porsches through the hills and on racing circuits, but he's a notable boat broker as well. Yeah,
a good variety again of modern machines, and some older ones as well. We've got a brand new Porsche 911 GTS driven by Shane Pope and co-driver Ben Pope, and then all the way dating back to an old Boxer, a 2007 Porsche Boxster driven by Stephen Langford. So a nice mixture, but mainly the modern post-COVID, I suppose you'd say, machines out there on this stage.
Yeah, and I mean, you've even got Tom Klaviniak in a Porsche 356 SC.
That's in the Porsche Tour to come, yes. That's so that's in a later tour.
Yeah, well, I might have got that wrong. Sorry. My apologies for that.
We are moving swiftly on already, so that's all of the Porsche Centre Adelaide Tour entrance already. We're now on to the BMW Mini Tour, a combination of, as the name suggests, BMWs and Minis. Insightful information there that I'm feeding you, but mainly BMWs, but also a handful of the small little Minis as well. We're going from great German brands to another. We've already had the Mercedes AMG Tour, we've had some Porsches and now we're moving on to BMW Mini. So we really are going through all of the great German brands here today.
We've got both the Minis in this event. We've got Mini Cooper S's from the 60s, and we've got a modern BMW Mini from the 2000s onwards. So there's plenty there for everyone to take part in. And look, I've got to be honest, there are kids out there who don't know there was a Mini before the BMW Mini. So we have to fill you in on these things.
Yes, absolutely. So swing it through. I always think, the Italian Job, those Minis and things, there's some iconic scenes in that film, that's for sure.
But there's two Italian Job movies, Dan.
That's true.
There's the one with the original Minis,
yes.
and then there's the one for the BMW Minis. And if you're a motor car manufacturer, why wouldn't you remake that movie? Because it had a cult following.
Yes. Of
everyone who owned a Mini.
That's a good point you make there. Actually, there is the two generations, isn't there?
Yep.
Which sort of concludes the point that we were making. But this is on the exit of that final hairpin and onto the long stretch of road, the straighter section of tarmac. But the this BMW Tour ranges really from a whole variety of things, from M2s all the way up to the M6, so M3, M4, M5, M6, and then as well you get other different types of BMWs as well thrown in there as well. And so such as the M140i and CS Coupe, so there's a good variety out there on this stage. But how iconic are BMW M products. They are so well renowned, and it's certainly a car I think many car enthusiasts would love to own.
It's incredible, isn't it? You say the word M, M3, M5, M2, and people immediately, you get their full attention as soon as you start talking about BMW's racing history. My son currently racing an E36 BMW M3, an older car, but an iconic shape. And look, I remember driving an M3 E36 for a few weeks, and wow, what a great car. They're just, you can tell they're built by car enthusiasts.
Yes.
Just the way they drive. They're so enjoyable to drive. They make good noises. They're very responsive to your steering input and braking input. Real driver's car.
That was the first of the Minis. That was Douglas Tilley in his Cooper S Clubman. And we've got a large little group of Minis, so anything, as you say, from the modern stuff. We've got a brand new Mini in this particular tour, the CW Countryman, all four, but all the way back to a 1967 Morris Mini as well. But,
and there's a name from the past, Dan, John Cooper Works. That's
yes.
like... and again, manufacturers harking back to their heritage to promote brand loyalty and, give the car some more mystique. So talk about its background, talk about where we've come from.
There's a little period just over a decade ago when John Cooper Works Minis came back into WRC. It wasn't quite the success that they were after, but they did have a brief return to top-tier rallying, and it had a couple of podiums, if memory serves me correctly, which was good to see that brand still had some pace, but in the end pulled out after a couple of years. But WRC still with manufacturer support from Toyota, with the Toyota Gazoo racing team, Hyundai, and also Ford as well. But out there on the stage is some more M product BMWs. You mentioned about their racing history. They are back competing at the pinnacle of endurance racing in the World Endurance Championship. There's an old BMW.
Beautiful. 635? 630.
Yes.
CSI.
Yes. Yep.
Beautiful shape, followed by the 635 after that. And very sought after collectible classic cars.
Certainly are. And there's the old Mini, the 1967 Mini, driven by Jonathan Morris. There it is, going down the hill with the racing stripes over the roof as well.
And that's a broad-speed body, isn't it?
Yes,
it is. The broad-speed iteration of the car. And of course, back in those days, people built their versions of things. Much harder for it to happen now with all the design rules and that sort of thing. But you had artisan-type organisations building bespoke cars that they marketed. and it was normal. It wasn't the exception. If you brought out a new car, someone was going to take it and turn it into what they thought it should have looked like.
Yeah, absolutely. Really zooming in close now on just how tight those hairpins are. Looks like somebody's got a tent set up there in the middle of the... How cool is that? That's absolutely awesome. They've got here bright and early this morning, haven't they? Well before the stage closed. To be in and amongst those hairpins, we haven't seen that up until now. That is awesome. They've got the deck chair out, they've got their car parked in there, and a tent, Nick. That is absolutely awesome. They're going to spend the whole day here watching these supercars go past from literally metres away.
That is dress circle viewing, Dan. They got the gold seats for that one.
Certainly.
That's one of the best spots you could watch in the next 3 days. It's just fantastic. And we know from driving through there this week, just at normal road speeds, just how tight it is. And when these competition cars come through, especially people like the Roulos in those full rally prepped cars, they'll probably be on the hydraulic handbrake, and with the particular diffs they use, limited slip front and rear diffs, they will rotate the car in its own length.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got a brief pause in proceedings. We're waiting the Porsche Club, but what is the Porsche Club? The Porsche Club Tour is for you. It contains machines made by the iconic German brand, dating back to the legendary 356 SC, made in 1964, and it spans right up to the present day machinery made 60 years later. There's a great mixture of cars, old and new, something for every Porsche enthusiast. Yeah, it absolutely is made for the Porsche enthusiast, that's for sure. There's such a variety of cars in the particulate tour that's coming through, in a good field once again. 32 in total, which is really, really good to see. So looking forward to seeing these guys come through, and it'll be Vic Moore leading the way, somebody we both know pretty well.
You maybe more than me, Dan. I mean, I used to rally against Vic Moore, but he used to be your teacher.
That's right. And he's always at the wheel of that 996 turbo that sounds absolutely awesome, as they all do, many of them with the iconic, the legendary flat six.
And Vic Moore steering the Porsche Club for some years in the chair, but has been a seasoned rally competitor. I competed in many Adelaide rallies and Adelaide Hills tarmac rallies with against Vic, I should say, and we had great tussles. We had really good time, but look, always great camaraderie. There was never anything mean about it.
I can guarantee he was driving a Porsche.
He was. That's a good call, Dan. That's why we pay you the big bucks. No, he's a beaut bloke and loves his Porsches. And look, if you wanted to know anything about your Porsche, if you're playing around with old Porsches and you just want to ask someone who's a bit of an oracle about what that model had or didn't have, Vic's your man. He'll steer you in the right direction. And if you need any help with, how should I approach doing some track days in my Porsche, he would be only too happy to see you out there. He'd probably drive the car out there for you just to get you on the track, because motorsport, club level motorsport, big part of what the Porsche Club do. They have their own series of sprint days at Malala and the Bend. And look, if you want to get involved in motorsport, Car Club is probably your first destination. You could use a brand Car Club. If you drive a Honda Civic, I'm sure there's a group for Honda Civics. If you want to join an all cars club like the Walkerville All Cars Club, or the Sporting Car Club, or the Southern Districts Car Club, they all have their own sort of key areas, whether it be gravel rallying or Malala track days and so on. But you've got to start somewhere. Car Club's the place to start, and you'll meet people who have a wealth of experience in motorsport, and they can guide you as to how not to maybe waste your money. You're going to spend some money, that's a given, but let's make sure you spend it in the right areas and get your best bang for bucks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was at the Bend a couple of months ago, commentating a state round, and the Porsches we're there having a track day. You get lots of time sessions throughout the sprints, I should say, not track day, sprint day. You get lots of timed sessions. It's a really good format and a great way to get into motor racing as well. But we've got so many cars here this year, say 400 or just under 420 in total. 419 I think is the official number, one of the largest ever Adelaide rallies in terms of numbers this year. And as we say, there are a couple of shared co-drivers and shared drivers and things, so in total I believe the magic number of competitors is 990. How cool would it be, Nick, to make it to that magical 1,000 number next year? That's got to be the target, hasn't it?
Well, I don't know if you want any more. It gets too hot to handle, Dan. I mean, it's a big enough exercise as it is, and I'm in awe of how they managed to steer them. That's just a little shot of our van there, folks, and Dan just waving out the window. God, just chronic attention seeker. So that's where we are. We're next to the little church on Church Road, up the top of where Montacute Road joins the Corkscrew. And you can see the roads there for yourself. But so we are watching a monitor, and that way we get to see the cars even after they've gone past us, and that's our insight into the stage. But I can tell you that since the cars started arriving, we opened both doors of the van so we could listen to them go down the hill. So yeah, we're having a great time.
Also to cool down, it's getting a little warm in here now, isn't it? Blue skies, sun shining. It's just gone behind the clouds a little bit again, but it's certainly clearing as we expected it to. It was a bit drizzly if you joined us at the start of the live stream, and thank you for staying with us. Hope you are enjoying the action here in the 2024 Shannon's Adelaide Rally. Competition cars aren't too far away now, Nick, where the big, fast, timed runners come through. But here's Vic Moore in his 996, and behind that grey and black machine, Nick, that is a brand new Cayman GTS 4-litre engine. There it is going past now. That's a real nice modern machine out there on the stage.
Yeah, and look, we've got a few former competitors in the Adelaide Rally, and this Roger Patterson is in it in a Porsche 718. Tony Kane's also in a 718, but Roger did many Adelaide rallies, classic Adelaide rallies.
Tony Keynes as well is in a brand new, again, the 2024 718 Spider RS.
Dale Ashby also in a 718, a mate of mine, and another bit of an alpha man as well, actually, Dale Ashby, and a sports car tragic. But yeah, look, there's an example for you, Dan. Dale Ashby also competes with a bunch of alpha blokes, me included, in what's called the 6-hour memorial relay, the Peter Hall Memorial Relay.
Oh, yes, yeah. Yep.
It's a once-a-year event. It's a teams event, pretty low-key, but great fun, and we have done that event for, you ready for this, 25 years.
Very cool.
Yeah, and it's, so it's been a real progression for us, a lot of camaraderie, a lot of fun. You don't need a lot of money to do it, you just go out there and have fun.
That's like this event, isn't it? All those boxes there, camaraderie, tick, fun, tick. This event has everything for anybody. Nice golf livery, loving this on the side of a Porsche. Of course, a golf livery so well known for its connections with Porsche.
Yep, unmistakable blue and orange.
Yes, correct. Out there.
Probably most famous on a Le Mans car.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. McLaren have run a couple of tribute golf liveries in recent years, but you would most commonly associate it with the Porsche at Le Mans, as you say. Here they come through. And then a couple of BMWs, so that means we must be on to the next tour to me, Nick, and that must be the main tour now. Out there on the course, or maybe it's a couple of straggling BMWs, because according to my notes, Hyundai and Honda are still to come. So I think it's a couple of straggling BMWs out there. That there on the screen is Robert Edwards in his bright red 911 GT3, one of the very best the highest in the range of Porsche 911 products, the GT3. It sounds absolutely awesome. Another red one just behind, that's a 718 GT4. That's got James Cohen behind the wheel of that particular car. And that's the 916 machine. So, that one's only a couple of years old as well. So they continue to come through a couple of older Porsches there, including a 911 Turbo and a Carrera S that we just saw, a couple from 2007 there. Laszlo Baymeyer, the most recent one there, going past our screens. But listen to those roar down the hill. Absolutely awesome towards the corkscrew section. Those corners we haven't really spoken about yet. Those two sort of, the right, the left, and then the right before the corkscrew. That's a tight little section as well that can really catch you out.
That's a good section. You can pass a car down there if your notes are right.
Speaking from experience there, are we, Nick?
Yeah, no, it can work for you, and that's the thing. If you've got the notes, you know. Sure, you can see this corner, but you know what the next corner is and the corner after that. So you know if it's a sensible move to pull out to pass someone. These guys won't be passing.
No.
But in a competition category, it shouldn't happen because you shouldn't really pull 30 seconds on someone.
This might be the only stage.
Yeah, but even so, it's probably unlikely with the mix that we've got this year. But yeah, you know, if your notes are right, you can do it.
Got a couple of older ones about to come through, the first of which is that 944 run by Howard Moistion, but we've got a couple of older Porsches that are just coming through.
I'll just point out that is Tom Klaviniak in the 356C, which I mentioned 3 minutes ago in the wrong category. See, he really is here. That's Tom. Now, he's been a Porsche man forever. Met Tom many years ago, and he's another Porsche Club guy you'd find out at a sprint at Malala or at the Bend, you know. Yeah, he's chosen to drive a classic car. He's been in the event many times, that's the nature of Club Motorsport people.
Now we move on to the Hyundai Tour. As we can see, the cars coming through. This was new to the event last year, I believe, and it's grown a little bit from there, which is really good to see. These are all your N products, your i30Ns, your i20Ns, your Kona Ns, and there's all a mixture. A lot of them are in that performance blue colour, Nick, the factory colours of the Hyundai N products. You last year were madly searching to find out the colour. Performance blue.
I would have called it lilac, but Hyundai called it performance blue. But look, it is synonymous with their World Rally team, and as you pointed out, you know, they're going endurance racing as well, I believe.
With Infinity, so they're sort of off-branch. They're Lexus to Toyota, I suppose you'd say.
The hero.
Yeah, exactly. So they're looking to enter in the next couple of years in endurance competition. But of course, they still race in TCR World Tour and in TCR Australia as well. The reigning champion Josh Buchan is driving a Hyundai. He's driven an i30 and also the slightly the bigger the sedan as well. So yeah, a couple of notable motorsport categories that they're in, TCR World Tour and as well the World Rally Championship. As we move on to a brand new tour, the Honda Tour, Nick. A few cars led by Martin Guppy and Lachlan Guppy behind the wheel of their 2023 Honda Civic Type R.
And don't they have a following there?
A
Civic
cult
Type
following,
Rs, the guys are just obsessed by them, own them. They love them.
They certainly do. So there's a few Honda Civics, but there is a little Honda S2000 you might have just caught in bright yellow. That's driven by James Pitcher. Love a Honda S2000.
Bucket list car.
It certainly are, aren't they?
Yep.
Very
I
much
saw
so.
one the other day, Dan, and the number plate was Rev 209.
Oh, yeah.
And they do rev to 9,000.
Yes.
They are just phenomenal engines. What's it called, S2000, I think, and of course the K24, the 2.4 litre Honda Accord Euro motor that is often the transplant these days. You'll even find it in a Ford Escort.
It's interesting that we saw the i30 and then we see the Hondas next, because those two are two of the brands that are always fighting at the front of TCR World Tour and TCR Australia as well. The Honda, they're very different vehicles. Yes, they're both hatches, but in terms of size, the Honda's quite big compared to the little Hyundai i30. And it's that's one of the fascinating things about that series, the strengths and weaknesses of each of the cars. But yeah, great to see a good portion of Honda Civics here this weekend.
I think the Honda, because of its shape, Dan, looks longer. Even if it is, it looks longer than probably what it really is. And they are different to each other. But I had the pleasure of driving a Hyundai i30N, doing some miles in it.
Very lucky.
Working with Motor Magazine on a road test. And they are great fun. They are great fun. I would imagine all those fellas today have their exhaust switched to rally mode when it'll be popping and banging down the hill. But a great fun car. And I think that another one of those cars that's really put Hyundai on the map as a serious contender when it comes to making your choice as a car buyer.
Yeah, absolutely. So we look up, we can see one of our cameramen up at the top of the hill there, but further down we've got cameras from all angles, literally, haven't we? From the skies to up on top of mounds and down as well around corners. So yeah, there we are waving.
Hi, mate.
So very, very, very cool, and these guys do a great job of streaming these events. It's not like circuit racing where you set up and the facilities are there. Rallying to do live streaming, it's difficult.
Yeah, it is. And these guys, I've got to say, they're very, very good at it. They're a small but dedicated team, and they're very highly skilled. And we're grateful for it too, because to give you this coverage so that if you're in another state or even if you're in another part of the world, you can get some perspective of just how good this rally stage is. 21 kilometres of tight twisting road that finishes with a fast run up billiard table smooth, fast flowing corners up to Prairie Road at Cuddly Creek. And I mean, even the quirky South Australian names are a part of it. Like, why would you name a road Corkscrew? Well, because it's just like a corkscrew. And why would you have Cuddly Creek? Well, I'm not sure about that one, but anyway, that's what it's called. Probably cuddle a koala at Cuddly Creek.
We've got to talk about the economic benefit that this event brings into the state. Last year, a $7.1 million economic footprint. It really does bring venue in, because not only are we going to the local areas, bringing people, fans, spectators to the areas like Strathalbyn, like where we are here today as well. Not only does it do that, but it also brings interstate competitors in as well. Queenslanders, Western Australians, Tasmanians. It's such an iconic event, and it gets people from around the nation. And in fact, not only the nation, Nick, I had a look in the entry list yesterday, and I spied a couple of people that have come all the way from Singapore to compete in the event. So that shows why it does bring such a good economic footprint to the state. 7.1 million.
It is. It's terrific for the state, and full credit to the Malinauskas government for bringing back the Adelaide 500, which had an absence of a few years, and giving Tim further support for this event and the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. So we punch well above our weight as a state, as a motorsport state, don't we, Dan?
Yes.
And like you say, those people from Singapore, they're going to go back, sing the praises of the event, sing the praises of how easy it is to get around and enjoy the countryside in South Australia. I mean, you wouldn't believe that you can do this 15 minutes from the centre of Adelaide. It's just,
that's how close we are, isn't
crazy.
it?
It's really, really good. Even the party that we have on Saturday night in Goodger Street brings just shy of $1 million to that business precinct.
Absolutely. Here we go then, start of the main tour now. The main tour is effectively, if you're not part of one of those manufacturer tours that we've already seen, the Hyundais, the Hondas, the Mercedes, the BMW Minis, the Zagamis, the Solitaires, anything like that. These are the people like you and me, Nick, that just want to bring your road car out and bash it around the hills of Adelaide.
I'll leave out the bash bit. No, I think that's Nathan Green in the GTR Skyline, and I reckon that's a former Adelaide Rally car, competitive car, and I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I reckon that Tim Possingham drove that some years back. There's an Evo just coming through, Mitsubishi Evo, which I can't spot on our list, so that's not helping me, is
it? This is the biggest tour of the lot. There's 70, I think it is, cars in this particular tour, so there's plenty to come through. 68 is the official number. 68 main tour cars. You can see anything from McLarens to Holden Utes to little Lotus Exigers. I mean, that just highlights in one shot the variety that is in this particular tour. So there are many names on our list of main tour competitors. We apologise if we miss some of you and get a couple muddled up, because there are so many out there on this particular stage. There's a little Gazoo Yaris.
Emphasising what you just said, Dan, a Mustang Bullet followed by a Toyota Gazoo Rally Yaris. I mean, you can't get much more diverse than that, can you?
No.
One commemorating the movie Bullet in that signature green colour that Steve McQueen drove, and the other one, you know, a statement of modern rally technology in the Yaris. There's a current MX-5 just zipping through there.
The Ford Mustang Bullet you were just talking about, that's driven by Daniel Rosquillo. So yeah, he's alongside Josh Bosco. So 2019 Ford Mustang Bullet, as you say, but there's plenty of different machines out there. Which ones take your fancy that we can see out there right now? Would you rather be in the Holden Ute or the little Lotus? Which one takes your particular fancy?
I think just being out there is the thing that's annoying me at the moment. No, but I mean it is true. You can do it in a Ute. And look, Australia, one of the greatest exponents of Ute manufacture in the world. We built Holden Maloo Utes with, you know, so much horsepower that they would be sought after around the world. Speaking of horsepower, we just saw the Dodge Hellcat go through.
Yeah.
These cars, plenty of horsepower off the rack, but they are a prime target for tuning companies. And Motor Magazine once ran a shootout between a Street Fighter Mustang and the Exorcist Mustang built by Street Fighter versus the Dodge Demon. Now, why did they call it the Mustang the Exorcist? Because it kills demons. That's why. And that was a 1,000 horsepower Mustang. So, you know, if you want some horsepower, no substitute for cubic inches. Get in your Dodge Hellcat and get a bit of a whirl down here.
Focus RS going through. I think that's the one driven by Ben O'Grady, with Greg Barnett alongside him. A 2016 Focus RS, a car that I'd certainly like to own at some point. Well, I can say that about every single car in this entire rally. Let's be perfectly honest. There are some magnificent pieces of machinery, and I'm really pleased this year to see there's a lot of new faces, a lot of familiar faces. You know, as we say, it's grown from around 320 cars entered last year, 320 to just over 400 this year. It's, as we say, on par with the biggest ever Adelaide Rally in terms of numbers. So there are so many new faces this year. It's great to have them a part of the Shannon's Adelaide Rally. And
you can see that our Ford Focus RS driver, Ben O'Grady, is taking some really neat lines there. And so someone has tapped him on the shoulder and said, all the road, mate. Yep, go for it, use it. And looks great. I mean, I've got to say it again, the drone is just, it's giving you the perspective of what it's like to drive this stage.
Certainly is. And there's that fast bit of road. You reckon there's a little slow zone in there somewhere before that left-handed kink, so they'll be on the anchors before they turn in there through the tricky corner. But this one's pretty tricky as well, Nick. You come down the hill, Got to try and get it slowed down for the quick flick right and then the flick left. If you overshoot the right, though, you compromise the left and you compromise your exit on the run down the hill as well. So you sort of want to almost compromise the right, keep it to the right-hand side of the road. Probably put half the car over the double white line in the middle for your turn into the left. Would that be right?
Well, you've hit it on the head, Dan, because it's all about linking the straights together. And not getting all caught up in the corner, getting overthinking the corner. So the corner links the straights, and it's just a matter of getting the car through there in the fastest line that you can, so that your exit speed out of there, not your entry speed, your exit speed is going to give you the best run on those short straights afterwards. And that's why the notes are so critical. When you come to, even when we drove down there this morning, just on our way here, we noticed that we were looking for our viewing point, and it came up really quickly on us. It almost snuck up on us. When you've got your notes, it's no surprise. You know exactly, 2 corners before that you're about to go there.
Yeah.
And your co-driver will be calling it through. And so you're on it. You know exactly where you're going to position the car and get out of there as fast as you can. As Peter Brock once said, guys said to him, what do you think about choosing the apex on a corner? He said, I'm a bit more concerned with where I come out. Which is kind of critical.
Yeah, that's right. Slow in, fast out. That's what they say. Absolutely. And smooth is fast on these particular Adelaide rally stages. As we can see the view down the valley, that's where they are headed down through the corkscrew to Gorge Road. It's an iconic piece of tarmac. As if you joined us earlier on, we spoke about the fact that Jim Richards has won this stage in the past. Some iconic names. And there's another 7-time Bathurst winner here this year, Craig Lowndes. Still races, of course, in the endurance events as co-driver. So yeah, he's back. He's back this year, and he's supporting a cause of prostate cancer this year. He's trying to spread the to get yourself checked for prostate cancer. Nick, it's something that has to be raised. More people should be doing it.
It is. Look, blokes notoriously don't take care of themselves. I think that's well documented. And as you get older, probably let's use 50 as a benchmark. Once you go past 50, you should be having a blood test once a year. Get your doctor your GP to refer you to the pathologists, SA Pathology or people like that. It takes you 10 minutes to have a blood test. And what they're checking is a thing called your PSA, your prostate specific antigen. And you might do it for 10 years and it just stays the same. No cause for alarm, but you've checked it. If it starts to ramp up, then it gets their full attention. And so what follows then would be lost the word. You'd have a scan, and if there's some nasties there, then you might have surgery to follow. But as with any cancer, whether it be breast cancer or bowel cancer or prostate cancer, the key is early detection. Can you die from it? Of course you can. But if detected early, it's very, very unlikely these days that you're going to suffer the worst consequences from it. So, fellas, don't kid yourselves. Don't say you're a tough unit and you don't need to do it. Just get your GP to refer you to a blood test once a year. Just keep an eye on it.
Absolutely.
Great to have them on board, Dan.
It is great to have both Craig and his wife Lara Lowndes here this year, and they'll be on all of the stages this year, and as well they'll be judging as well at the Strathalbyn stage, judging the show and shine, the driving with Dixon event that'll be held there this year, as well as not one but 2 runs through the Strathalbyn stage. We said, didn't we, during the coverage, we said this event must return. This stage it brought so much value to that region of Adelaide, and it's coming back this year with not once but 2 runs through, which I think just shows how successful it was.
If you've got kids and you want to take them out for a day, even if you're not a hardcore rally person, just take the family down to Strath. A prettier place you won't find. It is one of the prettiest towns in Adelaide, in SA. And you're going to have 400 rally cars there, 400 plus rally cars, some of which you'd sell your house to buy. They're absolutely exquisite supercars. And you're going to have a beautiful park to have a picnic in. You've got coffee shops by the numbers and a little second-hand bookshop that we sat at outside last year, Dan. And in fact, where we sat was used, that street was used in the filming of Picnic at Hanging Rock.
Is that right?
Yeah, which I saw, many, many years ago. But of course, Picnic Hanging Rock was about a place that's thousands of kilometres away from Strathalbyn. But they used that street, and they actually put down gravel over the tarmac to make it look like the old days. Changed all the lighting in the street so that it would look old school. And look, Strathalbyn's like that. There's a wealth of history down there. There's the Gilbert Motor Museum. If you are into cars and you want to have a look at a static display of some cool stuff, Gilbert's are there. Ben Finnis's classic car outfit is down there as well. So plenty to do. If you're a motorcyclist, it's probably already on your list, because if you go to Strath on a Sunday morning, you will find Motorcycle Central of guys at Hammer and Tongs Cafe, I think is the cafe of choice. They're all having a cappuccino before they go for a ride home. So it's going to be a great day. Get down there, take the family, enjoy it, spend some money in Strathalbyn for the Alexandrina Council. They already love us, but they'll love us even more.
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to that one, but there's a lot more as well. Not just that, there's quite a few spectator-friendly stages. The one today at 1:35, it's the Stafford Hill Climb. That's a real popular one on Friday. Tomorrow we've got the Way Rower special stage from Aldgate to Stirling. And then after that as well, we've got Goocher Street Party at the end of the day. There's lots of different things, fan activities that you can get up close and personal. The Mount Lofty stage, the Windy Point stage, there are quite a lot to come, that is for certain. But we'll talk a bit more about that later on. But, there's a lot of people that make this event happen. It's Rally HQ. At the Adelaide Showgrounds. They've got everything set up there. They can see where every single car is, all 420 of them with the rally safe devices. They know exactly what speed and exactly where every single car is in this stage, and it's all set up on monitors and computers. There's a great team there, over a dozen of them I think that are in there. It's a real great setup they've got, and we've got to thank Leader Computers for supplying all the computers and the monitors and everything to make that little setup possible. Without them, it would certainly be quite a challenge to hold this event.
Well, and they did hold it in years past without all that stuff, and it was a challenge, but it's helped tremendously by the innovation and the IT aspects of things like RallySafe and the connectivity of all of those new features that they've found. We'll talk about RallySafe a few times over the next 3 days. Let's not go too far into it, but just imagine that you're in a rally car, you go to the start of a stage, and your co-driver has his RallySafe screen displaying in front of him. Now, it's going to tell him that here's your start time. You've got 30 seconds before you start. So you don't actually even need a control keeper in that start point. You do have, but in theory you could do it without them, because RallySafe using GPS tells you, yes, your start time is in 30 seconds time, and when it gets to 10 seconds before, it starts counting you down. 10, 9, 8. Then it says go, and you go. Now you're on a closed road time stage. You're being timed to the 10th of a second, and when you get to the flying finish, your RallySafe is going to clock your time and send it back to Rally HQ. How clever is that? So we've had that now for probably 10 years. But now they've added more and more and more enhancements. Even since my last event 3 years ago, they've probably doubled the features of RallySafe now. all to the benefit of running the event, to the benefit of safety, to the benefit of the crews and the crews around them, and the real-time messaging back to HQ of any incident or cars stopped on a stage or we need a fire truck. All of that is done using RallySafe. So fantastic advancement in the sport. Really, really good. Now, Dan, you mentioned spectator points, and I just wanted to give everyone a bit of a jolt. If you want to go and watch Stafford Hill Climb, you've still got enough time to get there.
Yes.
First car is 1:35. If you the simple way is go straight to Lenswood, but you can't use Stafford Road to get there, because that's part of the rally stage. So you just drive up the main roads to Lenswood to the Cold Store, and then drive down Cold Store Road, park your car at the road junction, and you'll be able to go to a nice high vantage point and watch the cars drive through.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's some iconic things that you will drive past along this particular event. You drive past the Cleveland Wildlife Park and all sorts. Bridgewater, there's a lot to see at Bridgewater, isn't there? There's the little lunch stop there tomorrow. So that's a really nice. It's well known, Bridgewater, for its mill next to the Bridgewater Oval, which is where the lunch stop is. But there's little towns that we visit, like Mylor. There's such picturesque little towns in the Adelaide Hills, and it's great to see, some community. The rally go to those communities and really lift their business up. Such as we touched on Strathalbyn. Strathalbyn's a big town effectively outside of the city, but it's those little ones like the Mylors and places like that really benefit from an event like this.
And of course the pinnacle of that, Dan, is the Wairoa stage on Saturday afternoon.
Yes. Which
runs from Aldgate to Stirling. It's just shy of a kilometre. You might say, well, why are you doing that? Why would you just run a stage that's a kilometre? Because it's giving so many people a wonderful vantage point right up close to the cars. They're well protected. The people are about 20 metres back from water bollards along
barriers,
the stage.
yep.
Water barriers. I reckon they're about a kilometre long. We saw, actually, when we show you our video of the stage, you'll see them putting up the water barriers during the week. But great stage. There'll be lots and lots of people there. You've got coffee shops at either end that you can go to and have a bit of fun, have something to eat before the stage starts in the early afternoon. And or you can stand all the way along the stage and watch the cars going through a series of corners. You'll hear them in full flight. You'll see the classic cars probably lifting a front wheel in the air as they go through there, and the modern cars will be just eating it up with their all-wheel drive turbo setups, and just really putting in some flash times through there.
Yeah, absolutely. The organisers of this event don't just run the Adelaide Rally, they also run the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, and there's been some big announcements to do with the Motorsport Festival in recent days. Nick, I'm not sure if you've been keeping abreast of all the announcements, but there's been some fantastic cars and some big names that have already been announced. So Gunther Steiner, he is returning.
Yes, coming back.
Absolutely.
He's got a bit of a cult following in Adelaide, hasn't he?
Certainly. Well, not just Adelaide.
He's a bit of a rock star.
The planet.
Yeah.
It's quite remarkable. But he was heavily involved with rallying back in the day, wasn't he?
Yes,
back
he was.
In the 90s, the Colin McRae sort of era. So, he's been in Formula One, but he's also been in rallying as well.
Yeah. And one of the features of the Adelaide Motorsport Festival was the pavilion, where they had a number of guest speakers, probably 8 a day, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it was.
Hazarding a guess. And that was standing room only, wasn't it? It was just booked out for every session.
Effectively, yeah. It was walk-in basis, but all the seats were taken for every single one.
Yeah, and it's a real quandary for a guy like me, because, yes, I want to go and watch the cars, but the people who they have speaking there have so much history that they can talk about that I'd be struggling which way to go. Guys like Neil Bates talking about rallying, Craig Lowndes, Liam Lawson was there last year too. Yeah, so there's a wealth of things to do at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. It is a celebration of motorsport and classic cars, and sort of our heritage formulas. We had so many Bathurst winning cars there last year that it really kept our heads spinning, that we had so much to talk about. We had cars from the Group B era of rallying, probably the most famous and legendary era of rallying, with cars like the Lancia 037. Warwick Kaplan was there with his Adam Kaplan was there with his MG 6R4, I think it's called, MG Metro 6R4. Again, a Group B car. So there was a whole lot to see and do, and the beauty thing about the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, Dan, is it's so accessible.
That's
like
right.
You just walk up and talk to all these guys.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need a special pass for that. You
Nope.
don't need some sort of, I know people in royalty or something like that. You just walk up and chat with these guys, and they're only too happy to talk about their old weird cars and the history that they've got. One of the things that when Dan and I were having a look at the Lancia 037 last year, we just happened to open the driver's door, and it wouldn't have weighed a kilogram.
Oh, it was so light, wasn't it? We could have blown it open.
It was flapping in the breeze. It was so light. It was like it was made of paper. But such was rallying at that time that it wasn't really about, hey, I hope the bloke inside is safe. It's about how fast can we make this car go. We've already given it 500 horsepower. Now, can we make it weigh practically nothing?
Yes, correct. Absolutely. Make it as nimble as possible.
Very interesting things to go and look at. And talk to Jerry, who brought, 4 cars?
I think it was more than that, yeah.
4 or 5 cars. And we had people from the UK with their Formula One cars. It's a very, very well supported event.
Absolutely. So lots to talk about with the Motorsport Festival. The recent announcement is that David Brabham will be driving in the Motorsport Festival in the Formula One category in the car that he raced in the Adelaide Grand Prix back in the day. So that's been an announcement in the recent days. So really cool. We saw David Brabham was here last year, the ex-Formula One driver and 2009 Le Mans 24-hour winner. But it's so cool that he'll be driving the very Formula One car that he raced on the streets of Adelaide back in the day. That's cool. We've had Bottas here drive a Formula One car. We've had Lawson drive everything under the sun, didn't he, earlier on in the year?
Even
But to have a Formula One driver from the era drive a Formula One car that they raced in at the time, at the track, that's huge. That's really cool.
And as I say, Dan, it's a celebration. There's no times, there's no winner. It's just a celebration. Get up close and personal to cars that are iconic, drivers who have great history, and talk to them. Just, stand alongside them, shake their hand, get a selfie, and have a chat.
Yeah, that's right.
Where else can you do that?
And already they've announced a couple of other machines as well. The Calsonic Nissan Endurance car that raced at Le Mans, so that's a cool addition. The 767 is returning as well. The Mazda 767 that we loved so much is returning. So that's 2 Le Mans cars from Nissan and Mazda, some iconic cars from back in the day. They've also announced that the Brock Mobile One Sierra will also be in attendance. Now that car has not been seen on any racetrack for decades.
Yep.
So that car's coming out of the woodwork, as they say, and back out onto the racetrack. That's a cool addition.
Is Andy Madecki the owner of that car?
He is.
He is.
And it'll be him driving it.
And see, there you go. That's another bonus. And that era, that Group A era, fantastic era in Australian motorsport.
Yes, certainly was. Absolutely. You had so many manufacturers then, GTRs, BMWs, and all sorts in that particular era. But out there on the stage at the moment, we're awaiting just a small delay, I think we got at the moment, but we'll continue to stay here and keep you informed of what exactly is happening. But Nick, this is one of the most iconic stages.
It is 21 kilometres in length, and we like it so much we do it again. So it's on twice today, Cherryville Plus. starting on Marble Hill Road, down the Corkscrew, back up the Gorge Road to Cuddly Creek, and I think I actually hear some more cars now, which is a good sign. So, but yeah, a wonderful stage, and as Dan and I talked about earlier, you could win the rally on this stage. If you really get your act together on this stage, do it twice, then you might have an unassailable lead, because all the other stages are shorter, and it's hard to make up significant time on short stages. But it's the nature of rallying. Quite often you will talk to rally drivers, there might be 30 stages in the event, and they'll say to you, I've picked these 4, I'm going to absolutely nail these 4. And there might be another 4 that they've chosen to just pull their head in a bit, kind of be a bit sensible. And the others, they'll be in the mix with everybody else. But often, especially where you've got long stages, if you can really smash those, you're going to be a chance.
Absolutely. So it looks like cars are then beginning to start to come through again, which is good news out there on this stage.
Now, Dan, you touched on the Mazda 767 coming back. I tell you what, there would have been a roar from every Mazda Rotary owner in Adelaide, because if you reckon Gunther Steiner's a rock star, and I can't remember the Japanese man's name, but he is the most approachable, life of the party owner of a car, and passionate.
Mr. Hoshino.
Mr. Hoshino-san.
Yes.
He got rock star status in Adelaide, not only because of his car, but because of the impersonations he did of the engine noise at peak revs, much to the delight of the punters in the pavilion. So he will be welcome. I reckon he'll have the keys to the city.
Yes, I think you might be right. He was very, very popular, wasn't he? And I've heard as well that thing might be a bit louder this year with as well, which is really cool.
Is that possible?
Apparently it is. Apparently it is. So that's really cool. Of course, news in recent days, Valtteri Bottas will not be on the grid as a full-time Formula 1 driver next year. That seat taken by the current Formula 2 Championship leader, Gabriele Bortoleto. So Nico Hulkenberg and Bortoleto replacing Guan Yu Zhou and also Valtteri Bottas. So there's a lot of change next year. We've got 4 rookies in Formula 1 next year. Oliver Bearman, as well as Oliver Bearman. I've put myself on the spot now, haven't I? I've got to try and think off the top of my head.
See, I'm not the only one who does that, Dan. I'm giving you time to think of his name now. But look, with Valtteri's connection to Adelaide through his partner, that might mean he spends a bit more time in SA.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we might have a new, and I mean, here's another one, the blonde mullet. I mean, what other thing could you do to win over an audience in Adelaide than have a blonde mullet?
Yes.
He's another one who's been adopted by South Australia. He's an honorary South Australian.
Very, very much so. Very much so. Look at the beautiful surroundings around the hills of Adelaide. It's a lovely, lovely part of the world. So much to see and do around Adelaide, isn't there? As we say, Adelaide's very famous for its wineries, but everything's within reach. Victor Harbour is only 1 hour's drive or just over from the CBD. The Flinders Ranges are only a couple of hours north of the city as well. Everything is almost within touching distance. That's one of the great things. It's remarkable. We're only 20 minutes from the centre of Adelaide here. It's just such a remarkable city in that sense that everything is so close. The beach, the countryside, the desert, and everything in between.
That's right. The Barossa that you mentioned earlier, that all your kin are desperate to visit. And of course, this is where this event benefits the state so much. When you have a 3-day event that by design is spread out over various regions, it brings tourist visitors to those regions. It doesn't just stick them in a hotel in the city. It takes them out and about and gets them in touch with all that SA has to offer in its beautiful countryside, from Strathalbyn to One Tree Hill to the Adelaide Hills at Stirling and Aldgate. and everywhere in between. And sure, yes, there'll be some wine and cheese, but there'll be a whole lot of other things as well, and it's a very, very valuable asset to the state.
Yes, absolutely. Those 4 rookies, Bearman, Kimi Antonelli, Jack Doohan, of course, the Australian, and Bortoletto. So I had to get that out. So that was frustrating me. So yes, 4 rookies on the grid next year. And potentially we could see Liam Lawson. That second RB seat is still to be confirmed. So hopefully Liam Lawson gets that seat.
Now, Dan, you know that because of my lack of knowledge of Formula One, that I rely entirely on you for Formula One. You can talk to me about rallies, but when it comes to Formula One, you are my oracle. Tell me about what Liam Lawson possibly can look forward to next year.
Well, there's lots of rumours at the moment, isn't there? Where is he going to go? There's talk that if he really delivers in these next few races, he could go straight to the Red Bull seat full time from next year. But
is that the most likely?
It very much depends on performances. It really does. And there's all sorts of talk at the moment of a reshuffling of the team, and as well. All sorts of different drivers have potentially been mentioned that might come into the Red Bull program as well. So it's very up in the air, and I honestly don't think we'll hear about it until maybe even after Christmas, in all honesty. I think there's a lot of decisions to be made there.
World Championship rallying, just like Formula One, has got a few rookies in its sights at the moment too, with Sami Pajari and Martin Sesks. Now, both of those fellas have brought a bit of new blood and a bit of new excitement to the championship because they have put in very, very quick times. They've shown that they are absolutely competitive. How do you feel about rookies coming in? Do you think that some of the oldies need to shuffle off, that that the sport needs that?
I think there's always a bit of a cycle, isn't there, of changing of the guards in Formula One in recent times. I've seen a lot of the old folks return. Kevin Magnussen, Nico Hulkenberg, Daniel Ricciardo, Fernando Alonso. They've all had a year or so off and found themselves back in a drive. And it appears at the moment that sort of trend has ended, and they're now taking a punt on youngsters, and the same sort of things happening in rally. Danny Sordo's been around for very many years, and Danny Sordo on his day is still one of the best rally drivers in the world, in my opinion. He's an absolute superstar.
He is.
But he's been around quite some time, as long as Lewis Hamilton has in Formula One, if not longer. So it's that changing of the guard, I think. We've seen it in tennis with the Federers, the Nadals, the Andy Murrays leaving, and the Yannick Sinners and the Carlos Alcarazes coming in. It's a similar thing happening in Formula One next year, and I think it's going to happen in maybe a few part-time drives again next year for these new rally rookies. But again, I expect that to change going forwards. I think there will be another changing of the guard there as well.
It's the end of an era. I mean, you allude to tennis as well. It is the end of an era with you got just 3 icons of the game, like the guys who basically were unbeatable.
Correct.
The only people who ever beat them was each other.
Yeah. Yep.
And the rest kind of made up the numbers, to a lesser extent. But I think when you have someone, and it reflects exactly what you said about Formula One, Sébastien Ogier. Coming back again and again. And look, you can't discount Ogier's skill and track record as a driver. I mean, he's a gun. And, God, I would not like to be trying to beat him for a championship. Thierry Neuville has been 5 times runner-up in the World Rally Championship. And sure, these guys must say at times, gee, if it wasn't for him, I would have been a multiple world champion. But
this is Neuville's best year, though, isn't it? This is Neuville's best year. He's going into the final round leading the championship for the very first time.
And not only that, but you've had them in really, really close tussles at the end of events where Ogier has crashed on the last stage, and that is completely out of character for Ogier. I mean, he is Mr. Reliable. You'd put your house on him.
Yep.
And I'm sure teams do when they engage him. It looks like a bit of a changing of the guard in every sport that you're watching on TV at the moment. And look, I think that's a healthy thing. I think it's great because these new people bring new fans with them, a new fan base, because they've been coming up through the ranks and the people have been watching them. just like for me, watching Bathurst this year, Cooper Murray was like he's a whole new thing for me. I'm now a fan. I'm now following Cooper Murray on Facebook because I want to see where he goes and what he does.
Of course, he drove with Craig Lowndes in the great race, and of course Craig Lowndes is a part of the Shannon's Adelaide Rally here this year. Great to have the 7-time Bathurst 1000 winner and 3-time Supercars champion with us this year. Of course, last year we were joined by Todd Hazelwood, who won the great race this year, but great to see that the supercar stars still come to this event. We've got not only that, but we've got iconic drivers, that some familiar names that many people will be familiar with from circuit racing as well, that are taking part in the event this year. And really cool to see some great names here. Even the likes of South Australians that have driven for so many years. Your John Paul Drakes. You've got Garnett Patterson's another name that's in the event this year. There are quite a few. And in the competition category, the Rouleaus, Alex Rouleau and Peter Rouleau. Of course, Alex Rouleau holds the record as the youngest ever supercars driver. And it's great that he is a part of the Adelaide Rally this year for the very first time. And it is it's interesting, isn't it, Nick? We've got a different dynamic last year. A couple of the front runners, for various different reasons, damaged cars from other events and things. But it's really cool. Okay, we don't have Matt Selly or Jack Monkhouse, who finished joint first and in third position last year. But we've got different competitors that we expect to really challenge Oscar Matthews, such as the Rouleaus, Alex Rouleau and Peter Rouleau. It's experience of the rally versus Australian Rally Championship experience, and it's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out.
Potentially a changing of the guard here too, Dan.
Yes, yeah, very well put. Very well.
So
put.
you've got Oscar Matthews. Now Oscar Matthews has a history in Adelaide. He previously did this event in a Toyota 86, and he was flamboyant. He was exciting to watch. He had his own fan base, and we were almost disappointed when he switched to an Evo, because we knew he wouldn't be as sideways and as off the air as he was in the little car. But Matt Selly, not in it this year. So Oscar, local knowledge. You've got to take that into account. And he would have a lot of local knowledge. So he might be one of the, when we were talking about earlier about the stages that you just go, there's 10 stages we're going to be in the mix, and there's 4 or 5 that we're going to really have a red hot go. Now, Alex Rouleau, gravel experience, but new to Adelaide, new to the rally. Now, there's no doubt that Alex will drive the car 10 tenths on occasion. Will he drive at 11 tenths on occasion and go, yep, I shouldn't have noted that way because that was a bit fast for that. Are we going to find out this weekend? Is there a changing of the guard? We've even got Alex Lovell in the Subaru
Coming
STI.
back, yeah.
Yes, a previous winner from 2022. In fact, John Ireland previously won the event in the Dodge Viper, and he's driving an EVOS. So we are just getting back to some cars now, which is really good to see. It's a Nissan R33 just going through, a GDST in grey. And he seems to be on his own, Dan. He's Mr. Lonely at the moment.
That's all right. He gets some tarmac to himself.
It's a good run.
Yeah, exactly, absolutely. It'd be really, really good fun, I reckon.
I would say he's course opening. Now that we've had a long gap, as a safety measure, he would have been course opening, just to make sure everything's in place, that we haven't got a moo cow in the middle of the road, or some spectator didn't decide to stand on the outside of a hairpin or something like that. So, and all those things need to be taken into account. It's dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. And here they come. So this is the remainder of the main tour. This is the category that had a huge variety of vehicles. As we say, 69 cars entered in this category this year. Thanks for staying with us during that lengthy delay, but we are back with some action now. And Nissan GTR, they're going through a nice little Alpha as well, so huge variety. But thank you very much for sticking with us. We are not too far away now from the competition classes. Competition, Challenge and TSD are still to come, so the very, very fast cars are not too far away. But we are back with some action in the main tour. And we've got a red Mustang and a purple little Lotus. That's the 341 machine, Nick, out there on the circuit. On the stage, that's the second time I've called it a circuit.
Huang and their Lotus Elise S in a lovely shade of purple. Excuse us if we are a little hesitant at times, but we are reading these cars off a monitor, and to spot a number is not the easiest of tasks when you're looking at a monitor that's filming cars from a long distance away.
Absolutely. There's a...
That would be Sean Bennett in his Mitsubishi Evo. Sean, of course, former competitor in this event, and not only that, he once sat alongside me.
There you go.
In the Adelaide Hills Tarmac Rally. It was Sean's first ever event as a co-driver. He went on to do a year of co-driving in a Mitsubishi Evo for a Western Australian, and then took to the driver's seat. And he is a very good punter too. Sean will have a crack. He has posted some really good times in the Wollonga Hill climb, but he found that in rallying, the need to keep the car together was against him. I think he broke a few things on a Mazda Rotary and decided that it was a bit too hard.
So he is leading this next group to come through. As you see a couple of Porsches, I reckon that was Italo Siciliano and Gerald Andrews there in their Carrera S and 911, I believe, as they go through. That was definitely Carrera S, and that is a 911. So I believe I am... oh no, it's a Boxster. That's Brian Canny there, that was.
Yes.
Yeah, Boxster. And then as well, coming up very shortly, we'll see the Volvo V50 out there. So something different again. Here come the next group. So through that chicane, swing it into the right, swing it back to the left, and MX-5 there is the Volvo V50, and then the Jaguar E-Type. How cool is it to see a Jaguar E-Type here?
It's very cool. It's very cool. There used to be one competing in the outright competition category years ago, and until he had a little rollover on one of the hairpins on Norton Summit, much to his chagrin and the 100 or so spectators who were watching at the time. It was a wet day in his defence, and you know, old cars, they don't handle quite as well as the modern ones.
How cool is the sunlight now beaming down upon this stage, the stage 4 of the Shannon's Adelaide Rally from this year. This is the iconic longest stage of the event at 19 kilometres in distance, Nick. Cherryville Plus. It's got a bit of everything. Fast, sweeping corners, fast sections and tight sections. Well suited to this Alpine A110 that's just gone past us on the screen. How iconic is that? Of course, driven in the very early days of rallying.
Yeah, Monte Carlo specialists. And gee, a rare car, a rare and iconic car. And an interesting car too. You know, like the French always never bound by the parameters that other people set, always go their own way, and that's no exception, an Alpine. And of course, reincarnated a few years back by the brand Alpine.
Yes.
And also had the pleasure of driving one of those for a day or two, and just fantastic car. Really lived up to its heritage, to where it had come from. Not a super powerful car, just a really agile, really a driver's car. Delight to drive quickly.
So Mark Duda and Greg Humphreys behind the wheel of that car from back in 1976. Quite hard to believe. That was when Niki Lauda and James Hunt were going toe-to-toe in Formula One, to give you a bit of a sort of era, and that was when the Tiranas were winning up at Bathurst as well. So.
Oh, now we're going way back.
Aren't we?
I wasn't born then.
So cars, I certainly wasn't, I didn't tell you that, but cars going down the hill. We got a yellow Porsche, that is David Mayer at the wheel of his Cayman GTS. That's a 4-litre, a brand new Porsche Cayman 2024 model. Well, it's just under 4 litres, 3,996 cc's. And it sounds absolutely fantastic going down the hill at the moment.
Now, what won't sound fantastic, Dan, is David Sargent's Hyundai Ioniq 5N, because it won't be making a sound.
No,
it'll be whisper quiet.
It's one of the electric cars that we've got. So there's a growing increase in popularity of electric cars and hybrids. I think we've got 16 electric/hybrid cars in the event this year, which is the most we've had. We've got 11 hybrids and 6 fully electric vehicles. That one a fully electric vehicle. So yeah, it's one of the 5 that'll come through this stage. And this is the first of 6 live stream stages. If you are just tuning in, welcome. I'm Dan McCarthy, and alongside me is Nick Lenthal, a former competitor in the rally and a former winner in the under 2 litre class, he was telling me earlier on today. So a very successful rally driver. But out there at the moment, we are seeing all of the tours. These are people just out there having fun. They're limited to 100 k's an hour, but on these tight and twisty roads, getting to 100 k's an hour is nigh on impossible. But to come, we have the competition categories. Competition itself, challenge, and then TSD as well, and they are not too far away at all. We've had a couple of delays so far this morning, but the good news is the sun is shining, and the hills of Adelaide are descending down in that very shot, and it looks absolutely fantastic. But it's great to see the event back, bigger and stronger again in 2025. Biggest entry field, or on par with the biggest entry field we've ever had in this event. 420 cars, over 980 competitors in total. It's absolutely brilliant to see this event blossoming and continuing to go from strength to strength.
Gives you a warm feeling, doesn't it, Dan?
It does. It does. Absolutely.
No, it's good to see. And when you start having electric cars doing rallies, it just goes to show that nothing is forever, is it? I did a Carnacross just recently in my little club motorsport car, and there must have been 10 electric cars taking part. And they're fast. They're super fast. They're probably suited to various forms of motorsport, but they accelerate like you wouldn't believe. Now, what have we got here? That is a Polo, I would say, a Volkswagen Polo. That is... I reckon they're out of order too, Dan.
Yeah, that's throwing us.
Yeah, this is a little trick they've played on us. But...
That's all right. As the weekend goes on, we'll get more familiar with some of these. Of course, with 419 cars in this event, it's very hard for me and Nick to remember every single driver and every single co-driver and who's associated with them. That's right, it very much is.
Well, for me anyway.
When it comes to the competition, the challenge and the TSD, we're relatively across those, and we know a few from Spirit and whatnot, but knowing every single car from every single tour is quite the challenge. There is one of our fantastic photographers and cameramen is having a little bit of a break, and I think that's well deserved. They've been standing out there in the wind and the rain earlier on, and now in the blaring sunlight as well. We've certainly tested our cameramen, haven't we, so far today, Nick?
We have, and I come back to Todd, who's our drone pilot today. It's not that long ago, Dan, that to get the shots that we're getting today, you would have had a helicopter up.
That's right.
And the cost of a chopper and a chopper pilot for a day is extreme. It brings with it its own dangers as well. Cameramen would have hung out the side of a helicopter. They were all too keen to do that kind of thing. But now, through the technology, we're bringing you these incredible shots, and they're in 1080 DPI. So it's just wonderful stuff.
Certainly is. And so they come down this hill through a little S section and then hard on the brakes to try and get it into the chicane. So it's a fast right, and then directly where this camera point is, it swings hard back to the left. So it's actually a tighter left than it is right. There it is. So around the left-hander there, then down the hill on this stage. They flick it through that right-hander, then around back to the left. Down a little bit of a straight, and then it just gets tighter and tighter from there, doesn't it? You have the little right, left, right section, and then you head into the corkscrew.
The hairpins.
Exactly right.
Yep.
And here it is. So they come out of there, head down the hill, and into the corkscrew section. Corkscrew, the name of the road, Corkscrew Road, and you can see why. It's an iconic stretch of tarmac. Of course, when I hear the corkscrew, I think of Laguna Seca and the iconic chicane at the top of the hill as that plunges down many stories. Within about 20 metres, it just drops down the hill. That's what I think of when I hear corkscrew, but I now associate rally corkscrew with this, and corkscrew in circuit racing to that iconic corner.
And Laguna Seca must be to MotoGP riders what Skyline is to V8 supercar drivers.
Yes.
Their heart must be in their mouth as they go over there.
Well, sadly, they haven't raced there for many years. They race now at Circuit of the Americas instead. So I think the last MotoGP race there, I think was 2019, something like that. IndyCar still visits there, and it's an awesome race. It's been the title decider for the last few years in IndyCar. It's one of those circuits. America does have a lot of very good racetracks, doesn't it? You know, like Britain, a lot of historic racetracks, but we're pretty privileged as well, of course. Bathurst, Phillip Island, the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit where MotoGP compete, and of course here in Adelaide, not only do we have the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, but we also, of course, have the Adelaide Parkland circuit, which will be hosting the supercars and the support categories to supercars in less than a week's time, of course. So less than a week until the Adelaide 500, which was revived by the South Australian government that's in charge at the moment, the Malinowskis government, as one of their election promises, and they very much delivered on it, didn't they? Bringing back not only the Adelaide 500, but the Motorsport Festival as well.
It was an interesting campaign, wasn't it, Dan? When they floated it as part of their campaign, I was astonished at how many people had cherished it so much that they came out in droves to show that they were in favour of it. So it just goes to show what a motorsport hardcore we have in South Australia.
Yeah, it definitely does. As we see the Spirit Tour leader coming through, that's Tim Capstein. Alongside him is John Haydock.
Tim, of course, a former competitor in a Datsun 240Z, and makes some pretty good wine too in the Adelaide Hills. But Tim did many classic Adelaides in a yellow 240Z, and good punter, a bit of a circuit racer at times, but I think he loved this rally, and it looks like he still does, because he's found a Guernsey anyway. Yeah,
certainly has. You can see from the drone shots, I think that's a Gazoo Yaris. It is Willa Walchope going through alongside Louis Walchope in their 2020 GR Yaris. Next we have a Porsche with Nick Pappas behind the wheel of this one. Oh no, we've changed all numbers again. No, it is Nick Pappas at the wheel of his Porsche 993 twin turbo. But we are chopping and changing a little bit in terms of order out there on the stage. But this we should talk about, Nick. This is now the Spirit Tour. These guys are allowed to go a bit faster, push the limits a little bit more. The other categories were limited to 100 k's an hour. These guys limited to 120, so they can push a bit more, but they have to have a bit of safety equipment. Helmets, of course, must be worn and the like. So this is almost a toe in the water category for if you're interested in challenge or competition against the clock.
Absolutely, and it's once again credit to the event that they have this tiered level of competition. Well, it's not competition because it's not timed.
This is the fastest category that isn't timed.
Yeah, but the requirements for safety in terms of roll cage, harness, Firebomb, things like that, are nowhere near as stringent as they are for the categories that are going to follow this. So this gives you a chance to put a toe in the water if you're thinking of maybe going in the full comp, or if you've done the full comp and you know, you think you might getting a bit old, getting a bit slower, I'll take a step back and I'll just take this road car that I love and go out with a mate, and we'll just go through the stages at a brisk pace. And they are, and that is a Integra R, I think.
It is, correct, yes, it is.
They've moved them all again, Dad.
Yeah, I just caught the number, so that is Kyle Newhill in his Honda Integra. So yeah, the order isn't quite what it is in the sheet in front of us, but these guys very much pushing that bit more, as we can see them going down the hill as well, because they're going that faster speed and they're taking it a little bit more seriously. It means that they are split. All the other categories that we've seen so far have been sent in 4-second increments. These guys have been sent in 30-second intervals. So that's why we're able to focus on just one car at a time, which is nice. A very odd line here from the Ferrari 355.
Yep. And the other one was better.
And he's been closed in as a result, probably, of those racing lines, because you're not utilising the entire circuit, are you? You're using only a portion of the stage. And that means that your angle of every corner is that bit tighter. So
yep.
The 355 has been quickly caught up there. And we're only about halfway through this stage, maybe not even, Nick?
About a third. Yes, it was a far too tight a line for the Ferrari. Could have been way out on the Armco for his entry point and then just clip the apex going in. But hey, it's not sheep stations.
No.
We're all having a good time. And I would say, in general terms, that you're seeing more lines taken now by these guys.
Although you said that,
someone instantly proved me wrong. So, but certainly the Honda Integra was taking some lines that looked good from the drone.
There is the next car through. That's Michael Wazinski, who was in the event last year. He has a bit of a joke that his name sounds like the bloke from Monsters Inc., Mike Wazowski, and I was having a good laugh with him about that last year. But great to see him back in 2024 in, I believe, a different machine. I certainly didn't have an Evo last year, so great to have him back in something a little bit different. And it's nice to see that's all liveried up. Looks like a proper race car, doesn't it? I think that's potentially possible to compete in challenge or comp.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. And like we said, you know, some of these guys will step up, others are taking a step back. Just a little bit more cruisy, you know, don't have to win. So
we've seen a couple of Spirit Tour drivers from last year step up into challenge or competition this year. We'll come on to them as they come through, but that's sort of what I was alluding to earlier. This is a toe in the water. You're driving these stages that bit harder, and if you enjoy this, then you can look to doing a competitive category in years to come. That's the 435 of Alistair Hay. Alongside him is Charles Hay, and that's a 2023 718 Cayman GT4 RS. The more little abbreviation note things is, the faster it is. So that's the 718 Cayman, but it's a GT4 and it's an RS, so it's very fast, that one. That's what it is with Porsches. The longer the name, the faster it is, basically. A Porsche 911's the standard, then it's a Porsche 911 GT3, and then it's a 911 GT3 RS, and then it's a 911 GT3 RSR, which is the very fastest of the Porsche 911 model. That's basically the way I remember that the more little abbreviation things it has, the faster it is.
That's it, and none of them are slow.
No, correct. Correct. So we've got another Porsche going down the run now. It really does fall away from you quite quickly, doesn't it? Not only in the hairpin section, but this section that we're looking at here, Nick, it really falls away. Yeah,
we were saying earlier, you drop from nearly 500 metres above sea level to 130, 40 in the space of a couple of kilometres. So it's a really rapid descent. And just to make it more interesting, it's very, very tight. So why wouldn't you try and drive down there quickly?
Absolutely.
It's what makes it exciting.
Indeed it is. Oh, how good does this sound? Absolutely fantastic. Echoing through the hills and the valleys of Adelaide.
Flat sixes. That bark that they have when they get them loaded up is terrific sound.
I always say there's no greater noise than 30 Carrera Cup cars on the grid, on the rev limiter. It's just, my hairs are standing on end thinking about it.
Yeah, they do sound good, Dan. We're getting a bit of it here in our location.
As we saw on the screen, that's Jack Boers behind the wheel of his GT3 RS, a very modern 2024 GT3 RS. And it does look modern as well. I could think back to the GT3 RSs from 10 years ago. It's funny with Porsches. Although they look similar, I can still tell a 2010 model to a 2015 model. There's just subtle differences. I couldn't tell you what they are, but when you see them, a Porsche fanatic knows exactly what year that is, and even I'm starting to get my head around exactly what period of time they are.
But it's part of the method of Porsche is we never change anything too much. We keep that lineage so that the history plays a part in the appeal of the car.
Yeah, that's right.
And look, if you park them next to each other, there's probably not a panel the same on either car, but they look the same.
This one is Andrew Hussein, another 2024 model Porsche 911 GT3 out there. He's made his way from New South Wales, so I have to say a big thank you to him. Now this car drew my attention yesterday, didn't it? It said J. Richards on the side, and from closer inspection it's still got the stickers from when it competed in Targa rallies. So this has history in Targa competition with Jim Richards behind the wheel. And let's not forget, as well as being a brilliant circuit racing driver, Jim Richards was also a very, very good Targa driver as well.
Jim Richards, of course, the master of Targa Tasmania. He just monopolised that event. So it's great to see that car out there. It's a bit of a tribute to him. And the Porsche that's going through now, I couldn't quite pick the number on it, but it looks like an RSR from years ago.
It's a slalom down the hill. That's basically what it is, really, a ski slalom, isn't it? If it had snow, you'd think we were at a ski resort, really, but look at how far the road falls away, all the way down to the bottom. Look, that's at the bottom of the corkscrew. That is a great visual representation, if ever I've seen one, as we have the next car come through, a yellow Lotus Exige. Going down the hill, Mike Delahaye, I should say. He's been in this event for a number of years, back in the Spirit Tour this year. Great to have him a part of the event once again. This car, very, very well suited to this piece of tarmac.
They are made for it. Absolutely made for it. Well, we've got a Subaru WRX running down the hill now.
Ben Clark behind the wheel. This thing pops and splutters. It sounds absolutely... Oh, not splutters. That means it's breaking down, but it pops and bangs and makes all of the right noises. It sounds absolutely awesome. It's deafening walking pace, this thing. So it really, really does sound fantastic. Roaring left, roaring right down the hill. Up next we have the Subaru, same Subaru as last year with the box on the top. And I kept making reference of Jared McCavin, and he is back this year, which is great to see. I did find out at Gucci Street Party last year what exactly that was on the top, and I can't remember now. It's been a year ago, so I'll have to get up close and personal and go and find out. Just
a couple of cartons, isn't it, Dan? A couple of cartons of beer.
You'd like that.
No accounting for taste.
Next up, we have Glenn Winter behind the wheel of his 2017 Merc. The 428 machine with the stripes down the middle. So C63 AMG. Doesn't that sound good? Now we've got the 429 of Gavin James. Alongside him is John Laurie, the 2021 Porsche Cayman GTS in a colour they describe as carmine red. Is that carmine?
Now I've got 429 as Andrew Hussain, so apologies if there's a discrepancy there, because my notes say otherwise, but Dan, I'm not going to disagree with you, because I don't know which one of us is right.
So this is the Spirit Tour. We are not too far away from the competition category. The fast cars coming through, and I do actually have a couple of stage times next to me, but I'll get onto those a little bit later on. We'll stick with the Spirit Tour for now as they head down the skiing slalom left and right through the hairpins. Not one, but 4 hairpins as we turn our attention to something Nick is very, very fond of. It's an Escort. Not only is it an Escort, but it's an Escort in yellow, Nick.
Now, what's not to love about a yellow Escort, Dan? Well, look, if you're a purist, you could say, well, I'm not that happy because it's SR20 turbo, I believe. So it certainly sounds a bit that way as it just departs from us. But a popular choice of engine transplant for Escorts, SR20 turbo, as we see one of your favourites, Dan, a black BMW 635.
We were talking about Jim Richards earlier, weren't we? And this was the car, of course, he drove in the mid-80s in the Group A era. The 635. It's even got JPS logos in the gold on the side of the door. It really has been they've really tried to make it look exactly like the car from period.
And it's got that great BMW 6 exhaust note as well, really raspy. Oh, and the Subaru's having a go. I like to see that.
Yeah, James Coleman certainly pushing, finding the limits of the road. Really, really cool to see. And we've got a few spirited Spirit drivers out there on the course at the moment. As we say, it's 19 k's in length, this particular stage, Cherryville Plus. As they are out there on the stage. We've got a Old Liberty out there at the moment, and that's driven by Louis English. Alongside him, Jake Phillips. Oh, I can hear the brakes protesting a little bit there. That's the first time I've heard brakes chirping.
Well, if you,
we've got a clip of the barrier.
We have a minor indiscretion, but they are still going. I think.
I said I heard the brakes chirping, and unfortunately a bit too much speed into that left-hander, and he clouted the Armco barrier, and you can see he's come to a rest on the right-hander. So that car has come to a rest.
Yeah, it's look, it was only a tiny little love tap, but I think they're just discretion is the better part of valour. The driver of the following car has stopped to make sure that everything is okay, and if necessary they will alert the cars coming down the hill to so that they know what's going on. Like I said, only a love tap, so I'm sure it'll come back and fight again. I wouldn't say it'll buff out, but it'll be close. So but it does point out what we were saying. This road is very tight. It's one of those roads where you have to think about how the corners connect. And look, he was just a little bit probably a bit late on the brakes, got a bit of lock up. And we're at a point now where your brake pads are starting to get pretty hot. Your tyres are getting a little bit squirmy. They don't grip quite as well. By the time they get to the bottom of Corkscrew, it'll be even worse. You can see that car just coming through, the Mitsubishi was just getting a little bit of smoke on lock-up of wheel as it came through. So they're learning how tight this road is.
Let's talk about Rally Safe now, because this is where it will be coming into effect. They will be told it'll come up on their dash. The crew that have had the collision with the wall will notify that they've had a crash through their rally safe device, and that'll then go out to all the other cars coming down this stage. They'll be told that there is a yellow flag section and it'll tell them how far away from that vehicle they are as well. So they'll take it slowly around there because they know exactly how far away that car is. It counts down in the meters, 200 meters. It's a meter by meter countdown, so they know exactly where it is, and they know once they're clear, their dash goes back to green and they're underway again. It's one of the great features of the Rally Safe device.
That's right, and the protocol for the driver and co-driver is that they will display an OK sign. So yes, we've had a bit of a tap, but we're okay. The car's okay. There's no fire. There's no injury. There's no reason for anyone to stop and upset their time on the stage. The guys who did stop for them will get a derived time for the stage, so they've lost nothing. Although I did say that, Dan, but that's not timed, so it's okay. They will be warning other drivers and letting them know.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a clip, wasn't it, of the barrier? A very slow speed, just understeered, just carried a little bit too much speed in.
Too long on the brakes.
That's right. I was just commenting at a couple of corners for it's chirping a bit on the brakes, and unfortunately, the way the hill goes, it's just understeered that little bit and clipped the barrier to, I reckon, around 15 k's an hour. Nothing more than that. It really was a small clip of the barrier. As you see, the Dalavales, they're back this year in their Subaru, which is really cool to see, and they are coming up to that yellow flag section again. You can see, taking it slowly. They know where it is because of their rally safe device. And up next, a flat 6 Porsche, Nick. One of the historic ones. We've got one of the older ones here in this rally. We've got a lot of new ones, but Brett Sundstrom has brought an old machine to the rally, and he's hammering down the hills of Cherryville Plus.
I have competed against that car, Dan, and it's very quick.
I can imagine.
It's got plenty of hoot, that car. And well driven by Brett Sundstrom too. So he's obviously got the message on the rally safe and was well aware of what he was about to uncover.
We're getting to the point now where a lot of the guys heading into this stage will already be aware of this car.
Yes.
So yeah, a lot of these guys will be told now at the start of the stage, just be aware there is a stationary car on the right hand side at this particular point.
That's right.
So not only now are they aware of it on their rally safe, they have also been verbally informed this at the start of the stage.
Pre-warned. And so you've got rally safe supporting what we would have done anyway.
Yeah,
Warn the
correct.
driver at the beginning of the stage, and you've got the human aspect. Putting the OK board up or putting the triangles out if they need to. But you can see these guys are really, really paying attention to this, slowing right down.
I think they might be lending a bit of assistance, actually. Here we've got
Yaris coming through.
Yes, exactly. A Toyota Gazoo Yaris, swinging it through left and right, putting the foot to the floor. That's the 439 machine out there on the course. Paul Caffin behind the wheel, swings it through, and then we go for something completely different from there to a big saloon car, Ford Falcon. Colin Zitveld behind the wheel. Oh, very committed there into the left-hander, and goes past the stationary vehicle, and then he'll roar away once again down the rest of the hill. Such a challenging piece of tarmac, this one. All the way down. We've spoken about the descent already, but yeah, absolutely glorious piece of tarmac. Something Shannon's understands. They understand our passion for motoring. They've been involved in this event for so many years, and the title sponsor of the event in 2024 once again. As you see, a Mustang with Peter Murphy at the helm, car number 442. Say a Shelby Mustang, I believe, and then an old Porsche behind, Hamish Eaton behind the wheel of that. Hamish Eaton's done this rally a few times. As they get to the stationary vehicle on the right hand side.
Dan, bear with me for a minute. I'm just checking something in the sup regs because I want to make sure I'm on the money if I make a comment about this.
I can hear you going through the notes. I'm sure the viewers can as well. So Nick's going through the 40-page supplementary regulations, talking about all things from safety and everything in between. Things like refueling at petrol Bowsers. So just everything is inside the supplementary regulations, talking about every single class, from the Tours to TSD, our time, speed, distance category, our two competition classes, competition itself and challenge, and this category as well, Spirit Tour. A little bit different, although it's got Tour in the title, they are allowed to push that little bit more. The next machine comes down the hill, hard on the brakes, and you have to get hard on the brakes in that old Mercedes. A very different piece of machinery to what we've seen in the last few minutes anyway. Swinging it right, swinging it left. That is Peter Barry. You can see his name in the rear windscreen, and there it is on the road. There's the Volvo S60, a car that instantly many Australians associate with V8 supercars and with Scott McLaughlin, of course, who did have good success in the Volvo S60 in the Supercars Championship, made famous when he dropped the F-bomb live on air when he finished second in the 2014, I think it was the second race that weekend, back when they were running the three race format. This year will be the last time next week that we run the two race format, two 250k races, because of course next year it'll be the Adelaide 600 with the additional 100-kilometre sprint race on the Friday. Of course, as part of the rejig of the supercars calendar, but also the regulations, the rules, as we go to the NASCAR style format, with eliminations round upon round in the final rounds of the season. As we look up the hill to see, as we await the next vehicles to come through, a really good variety of corners just on the live stream alone, really. But yeah, while we await the next category, which will be the competition class, let's have a little bit of a look about all things competition. The outright category. Open to modern or classic cars with current road registration, plus some other general requirements. Cars must be fitted with a roll cage, with double door bars, science bar and other members as stated in the regulations. Participants will leave at 30-second intervals on closed road stages, limited to 200 kilometers an hour. The fastest driver across the 30 stages wins the outright category. So there you go, that is everything you need to know about the competition category, which is not too far away now. We might have a couple of stragglers still in the Spirit Tour, but competition is still to come. Look at that, the hairpins heading down Corkscrew Road. It really does look like something from the Italian hills, doesn't it? Something like that.
Tuscany?
Yes, exactly right.
Yeah, yep. And the pencil pines there just fit in perfectly, don't they? Those people in the house with the big long hedge, they've had very good viewing this morning. Very good seats, best seats in the house. And well, other than the fellow with the blue tent set up on the hairpins, he's probably taken the cake for the viewing. But yeah, great stage. Still heading through these Spirit Tour cars. Not many to go, and then we'll move into challenge and then full competition. So we're about to see a bit more enthusiastic. I was going to use the word aggressive driving, but that's probably not quite the right word. It's more skilled than it is aggressive. But you'll see certainly drivers taking more lines, and there's some very good cars to come through. Got to say, even though we're a little down on numbers for the competition and challenge categories, we do have a wonderful mix of cars, a very, very varied bunch of cars this year. So you'll have 4-cylinder turbo cars, 4-wheel drive cars, classic V8 rear-wheel drive cars. So there's something for everybody there. It's going to be a feast of engine noises as well, engine sounds, and should make some pretty good viewing, some pretty hard-fought stuff. And very shortly, we're going to bring you some times from this morning so that you know how the cars are travelling in the competition category and the challenge category. Challenge, of course, limited to 130 kilometres per hour as a maximum speed, and the competition category limited to 200 kilometres per hour as a maximum. So, but the stages, the way they're set up, they will work for about 130 kilometre per hour will be about the highest average speed that will be achieved, and that's taken into account when they plan the stages, when they choose the stretch of road. How much straights do we have? Do we need to put in a little virtual chicane just to bring the average speed back down? So there's a lot of protocol to be observed by the organisers, and as we said earlier, Tim Possingham does a wonderful job with his crew of event planners and the clerk of the course, Jake Alker, to make the event as safe as he possibly can for all the crews, while at the same time giving them a speed test on closed roads in completely controlled conditions. Dan, I was just saying that not long now until we get the competition cars through, and I think we're just about to get some times through from the...
Here is Peter Rollo. So the first of the competition cars is coming through, which is absolutely fantastic news. That car has managed to clear itself, which is brilliant, brilliant news. So yeah, up now we have the competition cars, as we say, the timed ones. We see him pushing the limits, going left, going right, and you can see the attitude of the car. This car is absolutely being pushed to its very limits, and this man competes in the Australian Rally Championship. His son, here he is. And now, Nick, I can tell you just spoke about the results. We said, how quickly will Alex Rollo get up to speed? He's not done this event before. The answer, very quickly. Fastest through in stage number 2.
Which was Eagle on the Hill, one of my favourites. Yay! So that's good. That's excellent. But you could see when Peter Rollo came into that chicane, our viewing point, that right-left, you could see the suspension movement on the car. Like that was really throwing a lot of weight from side to side. And now we've got, is that Oscar in the Evo coming through?
I believe it is. Can't quite see. Yes, it is Oscar Matthews, who was second fastest in the stage earlier on today.
Look, he is a guy who loves the Adelaide Hills roads. He's competed in this event a number of times in various transports. But you watch these guys, you'll see their lines. They will go. See, here's a wide entry for this one to the apex, but he's going to stay out because the next one's a left. So that's where the notes fit in. It's completely different to driving a road blind or secret, as they say.
Here is the 2022 winner back this year. A very, very stiff competition though this year. Richard Lovell wasn't in the top 3 in the opening time stage, but I expect him to be a contender come the end of Sunday. You can see the way he's driving the stage. You can tell he knows it well.
Yep. It's good to watch, and you can just see it's really terrific if you've been watching the live stream with us from the beginning. You're just seeing as we move up through these categories that these drivers are just going a bit quicker, a bit more aggressive about the lines and about the late braking, getting right on the throttle or hard on the brakes. One of the two, but never anything in between.
No, absolutely. Next through is the next Evo with a sort of martini look about it with the stripes over the middle. This is John Ireland and Ian Wheeler. They didn't compete in the event last year. You could hear some popping there, Nick. Did that sound good to you, or did that sound a little off?
I don't know, but it got my full attention, I can tell you that. Now, John Ireland is a former winner of the event in a Dodge Viper Extreme. So he's gone from you can't beat cubic inches to you can't beat a turbo. So
I'd say it's definitely slow. Look at the margin. They set off at 30-second intervals, and he has the bright red machine right on his tail of Tom Dermody in that little Escort.
Now it brings a warm feeling to my heart. Tom Dermody in a Mark II Escort, very, very good punter, both on gravel and tarmac. And he is catching that Evo, probably because he's had some trouble. Cameron Waring and Tanya Waring now on the stage.
Yeah, these guys finished third in the event last year, and on the Eagle on a Hill stage, third fastest through. So they're off to a nice start as well ahead of a couple of former winners.
Yeah, that's good. That's good, Dan. Good to see the local guys. And of course, Cameron Waring, in his day job, is a driving instructor, and that could extend to off-road driving, or if you drive for your work, like if you work for Santos out in the sticks, or if you want some motorsport tuition, Cameron will do that as well. So these people are no newcomers to driving cars quickly. In fact, Tanya, his wife, who is in the co-driver's seat, has been in the co-driver's seat, I think, 4 weeks out of the last 5 in various rallies, even including New Zealand. That's Zach Hedge in the 911, I reckon.
It is. Got a very, very well-known co-driver alongside him.
Bernie Webb. Now, Bernie Webb would have written the notes together with Steve Glennie for probably half the competitors in this field. A lot of people start out using other people's notes and then choose to write their own. Other people will, they get onto a set of notes that they really like the way they're written, and they stick with them. And certainly Bernie sells notes here and overseas for events. If you go on their website, which is called Smoothline, you'll see that there is probably currently notes for half a dozen events available.
And taking a very smooth line out there at the moment is Zach. As you say, different co-driver this year, but you couldn't have anybody better alongside you than Bernie Webb, that is for sure. Zach last year finished inside the top 10, so it's good to see him back once again, this time by, and really pushing the limits in that old Porsche 1985 Porsche 911, and it still goes as fast as it always did. The next car through should be William Coulter and Andrew Colliver in their 1985 Toyota Sprinter. They unfortunately, due to mechanical issues, didn't make the finish last year, so they'll be hoping to do that in 2024. I've still got a couple of cars. Your mate, Andrei Lukash, and Chris Bucknell, they're back in their Nissan 200 SX S14. Last year, they were 7th. They were always there or thereabouts, weren't they? Consistent pairing. And I expect them to be in and around that position again this year, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, and you wouldn't rule him out. Andrei Lukash is a very, very seasoned driver. He's a good steerer, and he won't hesitate to have a go. He'll commit, and he's competed in many of these events. He was originally with Chris Ferguson in a 240Z, and they used to place very well in the classic class, but the S14 is Andrei's car of the last probably 10 years, and he's achieved some good results in that car.
Yes, certainly has. Challenge is also to come. I've got a couple of stage times in from that category as well. So there's the 3 competition categories: competition itself, challenge, and TSD. We'll come on to TSD a bit later, the time, distance, speed, regularity category. But challenge at the moment is being led by 607 Daniel Andrews, who won the first stage. So he's made the step up from Spirit Tour last year, and we said how fast he was in his Ford Focus. We said, crikey, you got to step up. You know, we said, didn't we, on the live stream, he's fast enough to be in challenge, and he's done that, and he's proving he's fast enough because he's currently leading the way. Second at the moment is the Manns, Ben Mann and Brendan Mann. And then in third position on the opening stage, car number 600, Justin Perkins, back behind the wheel this year after winning the event as a co-driver last year. He'll be happy with that solid start in position number 3.
That's right. I'm not surprised that Daniel Andrews is going well, Dan. I've competed against him in Carnicross. That car is a very quick car, and he's also commits very hard. So he will have a good run today. He'll have a good go at it.
Yeah, Ken Block inspired livery as well, number 43 on the side. Of course, losing the Ken Block a couple of years ago now, I think it was. That was a real shock in a strange accident on the slopes.
Yep.
But, he's so well remembered, so popular, so loved by not only rally drivers, but he did do obviously some rally cross as well. He's well known for his gymkhanas, those videos where he'd do all the drifting and the tricks, I suppose you'd say, with vehicles. He came to the Adelaide 500. I don't know if you remember, Nick. I think it was 2013, something like that. So just over a decade ago, and put on a real show for the crowd. He made appearances on Top Gear and all sorts of different programs as well.
Yes.
He certainly lived life to the fullest, didn't he?
He did, and look, he was a marketing man. Those initial videos were marketing content for DC Shoes, and it just made him famous. He just went viral, and we all watched it and went, just have a look at this guy. Just look, the tyres are on fire and it's going backwards, and now he's doing a skid around a human standing there in the middle while he just rotates around him with the tyres on fire. But he, without probably even thinking about it, brought a whole new audience to rallying.
He did.
When he decided to hop in a WRC car and do some events. And he also, even though he downed himself, he really humbled himself whenever he was spoken to on TV. He did get the respect of the other drivers, and he was embraced by the other guys because they loved what he was doing for the sport.
Yeah.
Chris Atkinson, for one, was they became very good friends, and I think there was even some footage of Ken Block driving an Escort on his property at one stage with Chris Atkinson. And then I bought some parts for my Escort from England from a guy named David Quick, of all people.
Yes.
Who had built a power steering system for Ken Block's Gymkhana Escort. And if you watch the video of that car, you'll see David Quick's little brain box that decided how the power steering worked in the car.
I've just got another text. Challenge category updated due to penalties. So Daniel Andrews still remains out front on that opening stage, but the 604, Tony Spry and Lynette Spry are actually second on that stage, and in third position Rowan Payne and Travis Payne. So Justin Perkins and also the Ben Mann and Brendan Mann combination, both of those two picking up penalties in stage 1 alone. What would they be for, Nick? Would they be going through speed zones too fast?
It could be, or they might have exceeded the 130k. It's easy to do. I mean, it's when you're sort of concentrating on the corners and the driving and that sort of thing, and all of a sudden you're doing 135 instead of 129, and that's not hard to do.
No, absolutely not. As we look at those awesome images once again of the Adelaide Hills, we've certainly seen a bit of them so far today. It's been an interrupted session, or interrupted stage, this one this morning, but it's great to see so many cars, and that you'd almost say, Nick, that's one of the things that comes with having such a large field. We've gone up in size from just over 300 cars to just over 400 cars this year. That's a huge increase, and with a huge increase, you are going to see little things like this.
Oh, of course you will, and it's the nature of the beast, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Like if you put 400 people on a road and they're all having a bit of fun, there's going to be a few little indiscretions. That's bound to happen. But it's fair to say, Dan, that all we've seen so far are just very minor.
Correct.
You know, just a minor indiscretion.
Correct.
You know, I mean, you could have done it driving out of the driveway. So, but what worries me a bit more, I'm a bit disappointed about, is I don't think we've seen Andre Lukash come through. And neither have we seen Michael Lowe in the Fiat.
Here he is. You just spoke about him, and there he is. So that means we are missing, because he was not meant to be the next one. He was meant to be the one after that. So William Coulter and Andrew Colliver have not come through. So not sure if they've had a mechanical gremlin or something. Not quite sure, but they were next through. So Andre Lukash is now out there. As we say, they were 7th last year. And this car is being pushed. So this is the penultimate car in the competition category out there on the course. And then we will move on to challenge from here. But you can hear that car blasting down the hill all weekend anyway from the commentary van. Here comes the next one though. Down the hill. Down through the gears. Oh, there's the Sprinter. It is the Sprinter, so it is out there. It is out there.
And doesn't it sound fantastic?
That's good news. So William Coulter and Andrew Colliver are out there. They have changed positions, so there must have just been a little bit of a delay once again out there on this stage. Of course, being the longest stage, they do have to keep an eye on, people, potentially being in precarious positions. There can be all reasons for a delay, not just a stopped car, but pedestrians standing in a dangerous position. Anything like that needs to be checked. Maybe a kangaroo on the course, anything like that. Yep. They need to delay it. So I think that's what it would have been. It's interesting though that Lukash has already overtaken William Coulter there, just a few k's into this stage.
Look, it could be an overtake. They might have started in different positions to what we have in our notes. We don't really know, but as mentioned last night, and here's the Arbath. 850 of Michael Lowe.
Tell me a bit about this, Nick, because I saw this at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival earlier on in the year, and I tell you what, David Croft was absolutely baffled by what it was. he was quizzing me on it. He goes, "On earth is that?" But tell us a bit about this car.
Look, I'm going to fall short of the mark, Dan, because I don't know that much about it. But it is a real car. It's a 1964 Arbath. Arbath, of course, being the tuning company for Fiat. And where that car might have had a 500cc engine, Fiat Bambino, as you call them, Fiat Cinquecento, it's 850cc, and they raced them with ridiculous success. Like, they monopolised a series with these cars. That's, probably a pretty rare living exponent of that car. So I must say, the first time I saw it drive down the main street in Stirling, I had to do a double take, because it does look a little bit, like something out of Star Wars, but it's a great car. Michael Lowe is a very talented engineer, and he has raced a number of cars in this event, one of them being a Fiat Nicky with a motorcycle 1000cc Hayabusa engine, and a Volvo Turbo, a bit similar to the Robbie Francevic days of touring cars. But yeah, very clever guy. He'll build you anything at home. He's an Adelaide Hills man, so he knows all the roads, but he'd be having a wow of a time. It's not the first time for this car in this event. It's been in it many times before.
Absolutely.
And in New Zealand as well. Targa, New Zealand.
I was going to say, how many times has it been in the event? You say he's driven a lot of cars, so how many times has it been, do you reckon, in this event?
The Arbath?
Yeah.
Probably 2 or 3, because he brings a different car every year.
It's a good problem to have, isn't it?
But he is a New Zealander, and he does compete over in New Zealand as well.
Here we go. This will be, I believe, the first of the challenge cars, or yes, it is the it's the car with the little lights on the top. So ending competition. So next through should be the challenge machines. So as we say, challenge at the moment sounds like it's they're certainly pushing the limits out there with a few different. The top three, 2 of which penalised already on stage number 1 of the rally. So that just shows how competitive the challenge category is. We say limited to 130 kilometers an hour, but these stages aren't designed to be driven at 130 k's. Now these are tight, technical. You can get to 130 at times, but for a lot of it you're turning, taking hairpins and 90-degree corners where you certainly won't be able to reach the speed of 130 k's an hour. It's all about keeping the minimum corner speed up, though. That's where this category is won.
It is, and just seeing the straights where other people don't see them. You know, if you and that's why in your notes you might have, you know, a 4 left, 200. The 200 means 200 meters of pretty straight road before I have to give you another instruction. That's where you're going to make up some time. So linking all the corners together. Are the corners getting tighter and slowing you down, or are the corners opening up so that you can go up a gear and accelerate to an even higher speed on that next little straight we're going to have? So notes, you know, they're not just a one at a time thing. Depending on the driver, he might be one corner ahead. Some guys will be 3 corners ahead if they're really good at processing information. And when you watch the World Rally Championship, you see that they are otherworldly in terms of processing information. But look, it's a funny exercise, because sometimes when you do your reconnaissance, when you do 2 passes of the stage before the event at normal road speeds with your notes, you might take out 1 or 2 notes because there's too much information, and you start focusing on things that really aren't that important. So you take those out so that the driver can just get in the zone and drive, especially if there's maybe a series of kinks, but you can see a straight line right through them. It might be just kinks for 300, you know, instead of focusing on each particular arc of each corner. So don't slow yourself down, use them to go quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of this category, there's a large variety of machines. There's a few Apresas and Evos, of course, as we come to expect in rally competition. But as well as that, we also have a Citroen C4, which of course made famous by Sebastian Loeb in the early noughties. A Focus RS as well. There's a good variety of different machines in there, absolutely. But then some little minis, VW Polo. But then on the opposite side of the scale, Jai Raymond in his Rover SD1.
Yep. Jai is a really good punter, works with Cameron Waring and Tanya Waring as a driving instructor. So, you know, unlike most of us, he is working at his craft most days and trying to get across to other people how they can improve their driving and drive safer as well as more effectively. So Jai is a great punter. Now, his mum is his co-driver, Jen Mathwin Raymond, and they have worked together as a team for probably 15 years, I would say. Jen is obviously good on the notes because she's retained the seat, so that's always good. But you can't really sack your mum, can you?
No.
But Jai is a good driver, and I can tell you, he started this car on a shoestring budget, and he's added to it every year. It's got better and better and better. He still does pretty much all his own work with the help of his uncle, and I believe that there's been some upgrades to the engine for this year. It's a dry sumped, don't quote me on this, it's either 4.5 or 5 litre Rover V8, and it does sound fantastic.
Got the first of the cars coming through. It's the Subaru out there on the course. I think that's it's either the Payne or the main car. Didn't quite catch the side of it. They're both blue Subarus, yes, of course, aren't they? But swinging it through the far section of the course. And next up, we have the other Subaru.
So it probably was Payne, but I've got to say they're very close. They're closer than 30 seconds, which is what they would have been released at.
That's Tony Spry going through now. So Tony Spry, who is second in the class at the moment after the opening stage of the rally. But Subarus, Lancer, Evos, they are very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very adaptable, aren't they? Very adaptable machines, well suited to these roads. And here we see Evo. They're very, very popular in the challenge category. of course, raced in WRC, both Subaru Imprezas and Mitsubishi Evos in the early noughties, and they really have remained a staple of rallying ever since.
You can buy these cars off the shelf as the manufacturer built them, a Mitsubishi Evo or a Golf R by Volkswagen or a Subaru WRX STI, and they will come with over 200 kilowatts off the shelf, but they're very tunable. Is that Daniel Andrews?
It is. He is our challenge leader at the moment after the first stage. I haven't got the times for stage 3, so it might have changed, but as of the first time stage 2, he was the leader. There is the latest of the blue Subarus as we cut back to the Focus, going into the little double right-hander with the kink left in between, and then you blast down the hill. There's a couple of kinks, and then you are into the ever-tightening hairpins. I think that his lead might have come down 30-second intervals. That didn't look like 30 seconds. He might have won the opening stage at Eagle on a Hill, but he's being rapidly closed in on this one.
Well, you've got to remember, Dan, that since the start of this stage on Cherryville, they would have driven through, 100 corners?
Yeah.
And if you've done every corner a tenth quicker, all of a sudden it makes a difference. And if you watch them, you wouldn't be able to pick who's going quicker, but it's that finer line. That's the Citroen.
It is the Citroen driven by William Dodson once again, and Jason is alongside him as the co-driver. They've been in the event several years now. I think this is their 6th year in the event.
A stellar performance last year, didn't he? We made mention of him a number of times because he was so solid.
Yeah, he was 6th in the event last year. Unfortunately, by the end of the event, a few technical issues and mechanical gremlins crept in, and he finished towards the tail of the field. But the good news coming out of last year is the car does have pace. You can always iron out those little gremlins, but you can't replace just pure speed.
And look, a gremlin is different to the driver went off the road at every corner.
That's right.
So clearly they got most of the equation right, and just the finer points they had to work on.
Here's Joe Raymond, and he's been caught already. So this car, though, could not be more, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not exactly suited to this road, is it? The big, heavy, lumbersome Rover.
Now this is what we were talking about, because Jai is going to manhandle this thing down the corkscrew, and it will be not the easiest of cars to drive down through here. When he gets to the gorge road, he'll put the boot in, and the horsepower will take over. He may, if he can keep his fellow competitor behind him until he gets to the gorge road, I reckon he'll gap him again.
Yeah, I think you are very much correct there, absolutely. As we await.
Gee, it's close though, Dan.
It is.
Aren't they? Like, you can see they're already making differences on time. They're going to do this stage twice today, and you can see why it's so pivotal.
In comes the Mini, that is driven by Greg Swiggs and Tanya Pluckenham. They drove that car together last year. A John Cooper Works Mini, and great to see them back once again. This car is suited to this section where the Rover wasn't, but in the flat-out section around Gorge Road, that's where this car won't quite be as strong. But I can imagine that Greg Swiggs will gain more time here than vice versa on Gorge Road as we look further back to Robert Brocklebank. He's been a challenge competitor for a number of years. Last year stepped up to competition and finished in the top 10 outright. He really did punch above his weight last year. This year, late tweak, moved back into a challenge in the last week. He always pushes the limits. You can see him getting right up close to the walls. Might not have the outright speed, the car, but the driver can certainly push those limits. I saw he was posting on social media in the week leading up to this event. He's been trying to get rid of as much weight as possible. He's been getting rid of so much weight. You know, Nick, he has lost over 70 kilos of weight in the last week in that car. Incredible.
Wow. Okay. Does it still have the engine in it?
It does, but I don't think it's got much else. It's
no, you could see Robbie driving some terrific lines down there, and I don't know if you noticed early, but when he braked, he was only on the brakes for like half a second. It was just a little dab just to put a bit of load into the steering, So the car would turn. This is John Connolly and Michael
Yes.
in a BMW 325i. John is a motoring writer for The Australian, so you can read his column every Saturday morning in The Australian. And Michael McMichael, up until recently, had a BMW workshop in Adelaide. So they share the preparation of the car. I think Michael takes care of that, and John does most of the steering.
Veterans of the rally. I don't think there's many people that have done more rallies than these two around these hills. They know them like the back of their hand, probably even better than the back of their hand.
Oh, you better be careful about calling them veterans. They are getting on a bit.
No,
So,
they've been around for quite some time, haven't they, these two?
Now, did we see Corey Fechner go through in a BMW M3?
I think he was one of the ones that was close to Joe Raymond, I think.
Right.
Or there's a couple that were close to each other, so I believe we did see that one.
Now, I reckon about 3 minutes after Joe Raymond had passed us, I heard his car accelerate through the hills. So that is a ripper engine, a dry sumped Rover V8. Sounds fantastic.
I don't recall seeing a GR Yaris though, Nick.
No.
And that would be our reigning winner from last year, Justin Perkins, and his co-driver, Stuart Alderman. So I'm not quite sure there if we may have lost one early on, but that's I certainly didn't see Yaris go through.
Maybe he had a little mechanical and he's just back on the road a bit. You know, might not necessarily have lost time on a stage. He might have just, stopped to check a tyre pressure or something like that. And
as I say, there were a few cars that were close to each other, so we may have missed a couple there where we've been focusing on one and there's only the car 5 seconds behind. So that is very possible as well. So next, though, is TSD, our time, speed, distance category, Nick.
And you're going to ask me to explain how that works, aren't you?
Well, I was actually going to do it, unless you want to.
No, you can be the maths teacher for today.
So, TSD simply stands for time, distance, speed. Similar to regularity competition in circuit racing, and there's the course car confirming that challenge has finished. So, up next will be TSD. But yeah, as I say, time, distance, speed, it's a regularity type of event where you're told at the start of every stage you've got to set a time in... on this stage you have to set this time. If you are a second slower than that, you get a 1 second penalty. So for every second you are slower, you get a 1 second penalty. For every second you are faster than that time, you get slapped with a 5-point penalty. So a point is equivalent to a second. So over the course of the 30 stages, they will be competing to get as few points as possible. I hope that makes sense to you, Nick, and I hope that makes sense to everybody listening at home.
Sounds all a bit vindictive to me, Dan. Like 5 points if you go a second too quick. That's mean, that is. But look, it's got its own appeal, and what the proof of the pudding here is that the people who do TSD line up to do it again.
Correct.
And it has grown as a class since its inception. It's had a few people over the years who've monopolised it. The Ziedfelds were king of the kids for a few years, Colin and Troy, and back a few years before that, Christine Kirby and Christine Waldock took their Puss in Boots Jaguar out, and they were really hot runners in TSD. But if you like doing maths on the fly while a driver's negotiating over jumps and bumps and through corners, then this is for you. As for me, no, I'll pass. But like I said, it has its own allure. It's hard fought. It's very competitive, but it's competitive without having to go at some ballistic speed.
Last year there was a runaway winner, but already after the opening time stage, Nick, you'll be fascinated to know that on the first stage we have 3 cars that were equal on points.
Get out of town. That's very tight, Dan. That's what I was saying. Like this is sheep stations for these guys, and they do fight hard about it. It sounds simple on the surface, but it ain't. It's a very tight competition, and it's a growing class.
Certainly is. So the 503, Stephen Barker, Graham Modra in the 504, and the 511 as well. All equal on points. That's Chris Oldacre. So a few familiar names to those who watched last year. Graham Modra. They finished 5th in the end last year. He and Neil Lovell in their little Escort. And as well, a familiar name, the 511 Chris Oldacre and David Greaves. They won the event last year in their Renault Megane, and they really were the runaway winners in the event last year. Anthony Daly and Cameron van den Heuvel, they return. They were the runner-ups last year, but not currently in the place getters at this point in time. But it's nice to see Stephen Barker coming into the event this year. Didn't do it last year, but straight on the money and right on the numbers. So straight away in the running.
Now there's part of the appeal, Dan, because these would be pretty much road car spec. They don't have very stringent requirements that they have to go through. They have, I think they're maximum speed is 120.
Yeah, maximum speed of 120, and you think, oh, why don't they just stop and wait for the time to elapse?
Well, you can't do that.
No,
because that would make it too easy.
It would. Yeah. So the minimum speed is implemented, and that is 20 kilometres an hour. So between 20 and 120. And trying to achieve that target time. But that, of course, that 20k an hour means if you've completely misjudged it, you can't save yourself at the end. You do have to go across the line at least 20k's an hour and accept the penalty for you going too fast. And as we say, it is a huge penalty for going too fast.
And even if you learnt from a wily Frenchman named Sebastien Loeb that if I just sit outside the control for a few seconds, then I'll get the time that I want, and I'll be first on the road tomorrow, or back on the road tomorrow, as I want to be. No, you can't do that. So,
that's pushing the limits. Tyres really protesting there. You almost jumped back in the seat from here. We're about 50 metres above where they are, and you were jumping out the door of the van that we're commentating from. But Thomas Sullivan is pushing the limits.
I was waiting for the sound that was to follow that screech of tyres, Dan, and it didn't occur. So that's the thing, hard on the brakes, but off the brakes, back on the power. So is it any wonder that this class is growing when you've got the diversity of cars? You've got a GR Yaris and a Mark 1 Escort and a Renault Megane all in the lead. And, they're probably basically their road cars. I know Graham Modra's, isn't it? It's a tribute car to a Mark 1 Escort rally car. But the others are pretty much off-the-shelf cars. Here's the Yaris.
Yeah, but
just coming through.
You mentioned those cars, but in what category in rallying can you have a Yaris that we're looking at the moment compete against an Escort, but also a Ferrari 360 Spider, of all things? It's remarkable. But that's the great thing about this category. It doesn't matter particularly on the speed of your vehicle. It's all about hitting that target time.
I think it's the place to be. It's where all the beautiful people are going, Dan. It's like Studio 64. It's a growing class, and it's got a diversity of cars. Wouldn't it be great fun, the camaraderie of a dozen people, and their co-drivers, in that, you're having lunch with them, and you'd all be giving each other a bit of a wind-up about, how many did you drop on here? Oh, I'm not telling. Or you make something up.
We'll let you know at the lunch stop exactly what the times are and things, but through goes Graham Modra, as we say, a top 5 finisher in TSD last year. Unfortunately for Modra, went a bit too fast on too many occasions and got slapped with huge penalties. It looks like the Subaru might be going a bit fast because it has quickly caught up to the Ferrari 360 Spider ahead. So that's the Subaru driven by Jackson Rippon. James Rippon alongside him in their lovely liveried. It just looks like Colin McRae and Carlos Sainz back in the day, doesn't it? This is a 96 model. Colin McRae famously winning the World Rally Championship in 1995.
Yep, and he was something to behold. Colin McRae, I got the chance to watch him a few times, and he was really special. There's an Alpha GTV6, or GTV, awesome. 1977 car, Damien Mills. And it's described as bronze, but it didn't look bronze to me. It looked very silver. So Alfetta GTV, 50-50 weight distribution, De Dion rear end with a transaxle. So a lot of engineering prowess in those cars from the 70s. Probably over-engineered, if anything.
Oh, I heard a bit of tyre protesting again there.
Yep, twin cam 4 with dual twin throat carbies up the front, and yeah, real nice car to drive.
So we await the next ones to come through down the hill. That looks a bit faster than some of the other ones we've seen. Down the hill, that's the Hyundai i30N, driven by Anthony Daly and Cameron Vanden Heuvel. As we say, they were runners-up last year, and they are pushing. I'm confidently going to say, Nick, that's the fastest car we've seen down this stage so far.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we've seen some cars close together. Does that mean that someone got the maths wrong, and they've told the driver he has to be on it when actually he needs to be just sort of feathering the throttle a little bit because they're going too quick? Well, they're about to find out, because if they go a second too fast, that's 5 points. If they're 10 seconds too quick, oh man.
Yeah.
Yep, you'd be clubbing your co-driver.
There's somebody last year that ended up with 700 and something, I think it was 765 penalty points on one stage alone, because on this very stage they were over 2 minutes too fast.
Here's the VW Golf in a fabulous colour which is called turmeric. So if you love your curries, you'll love a Golf in that colour. It's very spicy.
Spicy, Nick. Spicy.
Spicy. Turmeric's a spice. I can say that. That's all right. It's just a vernacular that I've introduced to.
Here we are. I've just found the penalty points for this stage. It was Hamish Eaton and David Herman in their Porsche 911. The target time in the stage was 16 minutes 37. And they did it in 13 minutes 20 and accumulated a total of 985 penalty points.
And that's all she wrote.
That's right.
I reckon they might as well have gone home after that.
Yeah.
Straight to the pub.
They did better the second time through. They were just about a minute and a half too fast. They got 370 penalty points for that one. So, unfortunately and not surprisingly, they've not returned to TSD this year.
Maths not their best subject.
No, clearly not. Compare that to the winners, Christopher Oldacre and David Greaves. Over the course of the entire rally, they only accumulated 45 points.
How do you do that?
Incredible.
That's amazing. So if you divide that by 5, that might be they were 9 seconds too fast for the whole event.
Incredibly, on this stage alone, both times through, 19 kilometres in length, they were 2 seconds out on both runs.
Too fast or too slow?
Too slow.
Oh, well, that's all right.
So they only got...
But that's a good effort.
A total of 4 penalty points.
How do you do that?
Oh, incredible, isn't it? Incredible. That's why they won and finished on just 45 points. Really, great.
So you can't even set your GPS and say, no, it has to take us this long to get to this point. No, you can't do that.
Exactly right. So a couple more coming through in TSD. That was the white Mazda RX-7, I believe, wasn't it? That's driven by Glenn Benham and Glenn Paul Benham alongside. So clearly relatives there. Junior and senior, you'd think. And I think that leaves just the one more to come through. But we'll wait and see. And if a vehicle with flashing lights comes through, we know that is the end of the stage. So lots to talk about in TSD at this point in time. And I've just got a bit of an update actually in terms of at the end of this stage, Nick. Competition and challenge numbers coming in.
Okay.
I can see you are licking your lips with excitement.
Hit me.
As we can still hear that car heading down the hill. So, at the moment, 7:01. 7:01. That is Alex Rouleau leads the way by 17 seconds at the moment, Nick. 17 seconds. Alex Rouleau ahead of Peter Rouleau, who's moved into position number 2. Oscar Matthews just 1 second behind him. So very tight for second. But at the moment, the younger of the Rouleaus has a 17 second advantage. So Alex Rouleau from Peter Rouleau by 17 seconds. And then 1 second back to Oscar Matthews.
That's in total at the end of this stage for the 4 stages this morning? Or is that just this stage?
Correct. That's at the end of stage 4.
Wow.
So very close.
Okay, now, to be fair, what the Rouleaus are driving, are very much purpose-built Rally 2 cars. So they are very, very capable cars. Just give me a minute, Dan, have a chat, and I will just check the specs of those cars so I can tell the punters what they are.
No, that is all good, Nick. In the meantime, we're awaiting the final tour to come through, the Prima Tour. So here's a little bit of information about the Prima Tour. Primo Fun. The Shannon's Prima Tour takes place on Friday, visiting 4 stages across the course of the day. The total distance travelled is 100 kilometres and includes 26 on closed roads. It's a very laid-back tour, a great way to dip your toes in the water in the world of rallying. The tour is open to all cars with a speed limit of 100 kilometres an hour on the closed roads. Welcome back. So yes, that is all about the Prima Tour. As we say, Nick, just doing the 4 stages. This is a tester again, just to see, dip your toes in the water. If you enjoy this, the 4 stages, this is the last stage that they will do. From here, they go to have lunch. Craig Lowndes is the guest speaker. He's going to come through the stage in just a moment. He's with the Prima Tour today, and he'll be with the main tour for the rest of the weekend, but he'll be making the guest speaking announcement and conversation at the lunch, so that's really cool to have him a part of it. But yeah, this is a real tester. So if they enjoy these 4 stages, we're likely to see them come back in the full capacity in the tour in years to come.
Absolutely, we will. It's it's very, very good. Prima Tour only on one day, of course, only on today, and the boss is in it too.
He is.
Our fearless leader, Tim Possingham, is having a run in his beautiful yellow 911. It's an older car. It's more a classic, but fully restored and a lovely looking car. So we'll have to give Tim a bit of a wave as he comes through.
And
but yeah, it'd be great fun just rubbing shoulders with Greg Lowndes and his wife. And just, like I said, it's a semi-social atmosphere, isn't it?
It is indeed, absolutely. As well as Tim Possingham, we've also got the man who's Tim's sider. I wouldn't even call him second in command. He does so much for the event. That is Sean Bennett's. He'll also be out in this particular tour, and he'll be leading the way actually in a 2010 BMW M3. So he'll be leading the Prima Tour ahead of Craig Lowndes in a brand new Chevrolet Corvette 2024.
And they are quite a spicy looking thing, aren't they?
Absolutely.
I mean, you could easily mistake them for a Ferrari product if you weren't in the know. If you walk past one, they've got that sort of Ferrari kind of curvy look about them. But big change for Chevrolet.
It is
in a Corvette to do something like that.
A risky change, you could say, for the American market anyway. For the European market, we look at that and we go, exactly like you said. I know friends that have mistaken it for Ferraris driving around, particularly when they're in red. You do quite easily mistake it. So absolutely, it's got a much more European look these days, and it appeals to us, maybe not so much for the Americans. I'd love to know what the American market thinks of it. But I suppose they've got the Camaro now, haven't they? That's sort of the Corvette's now a supercar, not a muscle car, and the Camaro has taken the place, you'd say, of the Corvette.
Yeah, that's the sort of dyed-in-the-wool American muscle enthusiast car.
That's right.
But the Corvette's more a mixture of maybe European design influence with tried and true LS V8 engine, and they've developed over the years, and they're a rocket. They, in fact, just on that subject, my SSV Commodore of 2011 vintage made 270 kilowatts of 6 litres. A 2018 Mustang made over 300 from 5 litres. And Cameron Waring's V8 BMW makes over 300 from 4 litres. So that gives you an idea of the advancement in naturally aspirated engine technology and just how effective they are. They've really, really come on. Corvette being no exception, with a very powerful LS iteration in it, the most current of those. But look, I mentioned earlier I was going to give you a rundown on the Rouleau cars the Hyundai i20N Rally 2. So you could rally this car in the World Rally Championship in Rally 2. It's a 1.6 litre turbo with a 32mm restrictor on the turbo, which is a requirement for the class. Four-wheel drive with a sequential 5-speed gearbox. So just like a motorcycle, bang, 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 bang through the gears and down again. Limited slip diffs front and rear. It's got a twin plate clutch which is made out of unobtainium, and the front rotors are nearly 360mm diameter. So just think about that for a minute. They're bigger than 12 inches. They're like 14-inch, 15-inch rotors on the front.
They're bigger than 12 inches, they're like 14-inch, 15-inch, 1230, bigger than 12 inches, they're like 14-inch. A super 15-inch bigger than 12 inches, they're like 14 inches. Bigger than 12 inches, they're like 14
winner right up behind the tail of Sean Bennett in the BMW M3.
15-inch rotors on it. They're bigger than 12 inches, they're like 14-inch, 15-inch rotors on it. They're bigger than 12 inches, they're like 14-inch, 15-inch rotors on it. They're bigger than 12 inches, they're like 14-inch, 15-inch rotors on it. They're bigger than